थका हार्ट, लूट्स के लाइन में घुसा बिना गाइड, ना प्लान बी था बस एक ही राइड। घर वाले बोले सेफ रह बेटा, पर सपना था जिद्दी थोड़ा सा टेढ़ा। हर व्यू के पीछे थी मेहनत छुपाई, हर स्माइल के पीछे थी नींद उड़ाई। फिर एक दिन सब छोड़ के नया शहर नई हवा, अपनों से दूर जाना पड़ा पर सपना पास आ रहा था जरा। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ पर हारा नहीं, दिल भारी था पर रुका नहीं। फैमिली छुट्टी रास्ते बदले पर आस्तर मैंने छोड़ा नहीं। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ, आवाज कम थी पर आग मेरे अंदर ही थी। जो लोग बोले ये पॉसिबल नहीं, आज वही पूछते कैसे की। Gaming streams, late night grind, chat में zero फिर भी online, no viewers, no claps, no fame, बस screen और मेरा नाम। Content creation, struggle real, bills भी आते, सपने भी deal, कभी लगता सब बेकार जा रहा, पर quit करना option ही नहीं था। अकेला हूँ पर कमजोर नहीं, slow हूँ पर गलत direction नहीं। ये journey real के लिए नहीं, ये जिंदगी है कोई फिल्टर नहीं। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ पर टूटा नहीं, गिर के भी खुद से रूठा नहीं। हर लॉस ने मुझे सिखा दिया कि असली जीत का शॉर्टकट नहीं। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ याद रखना, नाम नहीं ये स्टोरी है। आज जो सुन रहा है ये गाना, कल बोलेगा भाई ये मेरी भी है। भाई अंदर से बाहर तक का सफर अभी खत्म नहीं, बस शुरू हुआ है। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ और ये कहानी अभी चल रही है। भाई अंदर से बाहर तक का सफर अभी खत्म नहीं, बस शुरू हुआ है। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ और ये कहानी अभी चल रही है।
राम भाई किदा मेरी जान, वेलकम वेलकम वेलकम। हाउ आर यूज कैसे हो? बस ये सेट कर दो एक बार। हो गया। क्या हाल चाल है ऋषु पाजी? राम राम किदा? सेक्सी लग रहा ना? सेक्सी लग रहा बाबे, सेक्सी सेक्सी। हमारा है ग्रुप ए, ठीक है। नाइस नाइस, आप बताओ। एकदम बढ़िया जी, एकदम बढ़िया। मेनू की होगा? लंदन से दिल्ली का सफर अभी खत्म नहीं बस शुरू। भाई ये देखो, ये भी दिया है भाई। भाई क्रेजी, भाई क्रेजी, सब चीज दिया है। घंटा है, अरे घंटा है, घंटा है, पब्लिक बचाए बमाए।
Again, as we join all together, it is the best teams in the world looking to climb the top of the esports mountain, and it starts with
अरे वो नहीं लगा रहे सब हैंडल बना के जो दिया था। नहीं, वो नहीं लगा सकता है, वॉच पार्टीज में नहीं लगा सकता। स्पेशली EWC वालों ने तो मना ही रखा है।
2026 live from Paris, kicking off with Valorant. Digon here, alongside my fantastic analysts. It's Kakuka and Big Time. Welcome back. We made it here in Paris. We're live, everyone. How you feeling?
So happy to be here. Happy to be in Paris. Happy to be with you guys. I feel like this is like summer camp for me, but Valorant style. We get to see the teams in a different environment and competing for something different. I get to share time with you guys. So it's 10 out of 10 for me.
ओ ककूका भाई कितने क्यूट दिखते हैं ना ककूका
Here to duke it out for yet another competition. Doesn't get any better than this. We got banger games lined up the whole way through, especially today. So doesn't get any better than this, Digo.
Also, we have so many storylines coming off of
अरे
Masters
यार ये
London. Plus,
नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम की बात कर रहा है इसमें तो नहीं लगा सकता है नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम्स अभी 1-2 दिन बाद ही लगाऊंगा भाई क्योंकि मैं नेक्स्ट वीक से शायद नहीं रहूंगा स्ट्रीम्स नहीं करूंगा बाहर जा रहा हूं
No,
That is the best thing about this tournament, for sure.
yeah, I mean, it's good for EMEA. I'll say that.
Yeah,
You've got
that's what I
5
mean.
teams here.
5 teams and Sunset.
Yeah.
If we don't win again, last year we had Fnatic versus Team Heretics in the final. EMEA versus EMEA. But
अरे ये क्या हो रहा है
I would say across all 4 regions, how different and how good the teams are looking. I'd be down for some spice, but I'd say minimum 1.
ओ ऐसी होगी मुझे तो लगा बड़ी जगह होगी ये EWC क्या नीचे साइड होता तो और अच्छा लगता टॉप पे तो ऊपर का फेस अजीब दिख रहा है अब वो दिया ही ऐसा है तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं यार
In the landscape, you know, we have PRX, we got the big dogs. We also have different teams qualifying. Nongshim, they lifted a trophy this year.
कहाँ जा रही घूमने नहीं जा रहा काम से जा रहा हूँ
For upsets on this big stage.
Yeah, I think
So,
people are
नहीं
interested
रहूंगा
in
मैं
what Wolves gonna do.
I think
एक
very
एक
interesting.
डेढ़
I think
हफ्ता
it
नहीं
doesn't get
रहूंगा
any more interesting than that, in fact. So that's one thing we got to watch out for as we move forward. But I'm always going to be proud of Pacific, no matter how we perform, and I'm optimistic.
Are you sure? Your voice just cracked there with optimistic.
We'll see.
कहाँ तो
Let me see them play first. We'll get into it.
I can't disclose anything
Speaking of optimism, you have to go ahead and look at the Americas, right? With squads that are brimming with talent, but last year did not do particularly well in this tournament. G2 #1.
भाई मुझे तो लगा स्टेडियम मीडियम में होगा
in London. Had that quick exit. They are in the same group with the team that they celebrated earlier in
भाई वो लोग कैबिनेट भी EWC निकाले थे कैबिनेट भी
How that storyline's going to shake up here big time.
Yeah, I mean, we know that those are all teams with potential. When we look at who the Americas are sending, we know that then they can compete, of course. But it's just, can they make it happen here in Paris? You know, G2, like you just said, we're looking for a rebound from them. Really, they should be the top dogs. They should
का
be
पूछे
the
नहीं
best
मिलेगा
in
लेट
that
हो गया
region,
तो
but they've not made it work yet.
Yeah, but that's the same storyline that we.
कल ही हम लोग को यह है ना परसों हमको परमिशन आया कल वो टाइम अप हो गया है उसके बाद नहीं देते 24 आवर्स के पहले पहले जिनको देना वो दे देते हैं
Regionally, but then when we get to internationals, this is that. I think that they're crossing things off the list. It's like, was it this that was wrong? No, it was not this. Was it? So eventually, we will get to the point where G2 will be the champions. And I think that even though we only have 3 Chinese teams, I think that we have great Chinese teams.
I see that.
At the beginning of the year, XLG top 6 in Masters London. Thank you. And EDG.
Yeah.
It's EDG. What do we have to say? It's EDG.
Top 3 was
With a
fantastic.
sub, it's still EDG.
Yeah.
Top 3.
So I mean, I think the sub is a huge.
चेतन भाई राम राम क्या हाल है विबडॉल कैसे हो व्हाई डिड योर स्ट्रीम एंड परसों
Very different.
परसों
Yeah, I mean, it's just, can they continue what they showed?
परसों लाइट क्या होएगा यार मेरे स्ट्रीम ऐसे मैं बंद नहीं करता हूँ लाइट क्या होगा यही सीन होता है मेरे यहाँ यही प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि इन्वर्टर भी ज्यादा देर चलता ही नहीं है भाई हार्डली 15-20 मिनट उसके बाद बंद हो जाता है और बंद मतलब प्रॉपर पूरे घर की लाइट फिर चली जाती है तो लाइट की वजह से ही हुआ होगा वरना तो
obviously won champions before, but they've had themselves quite the competition lately. And actually, we got ourselves a little video right now to set the stage for our tournament. Let's get into it.
पहला गेम्स भाई ये है अब सीन है पहला गेम का आरआरक्यू जीतना मांगता है और सामने भी तो कड़क टीम है बेंडी 100 Thieves
Again, the biggest names on here, and you got to see that trophy lift, one of the coolest parts of EWC, the trophy system with the trophy.
भाई इसको जैकेट पहन के देख के मेरे को गर्मी हो रही है यार.
Oh, I love that bit. Get me crushing keys. That's always my favorite question to ask. Whose key do you want to crush? That's where you see the real rivalries come out. So you got a lot to look forward to.
We need to review last year's to see the best ones. Who had good ones? I think Chronicle had a very good one last year.
Oh, like the full
because they
snap.
all got to crush it themselves, and they were like looking at it. It was very impressive. Apparently, we did not get to be that close. But we need to rate the reactions this year again.
Yeah, definitely. Again, very.
भाई एक मैच के बीच में अगर ब्रेक मिलेगा ना तो बी राइट बैक भी देखना भाई मैंने लगाया बहुत
We
क्रेजी
take a look at the teams here. We've listed off some of the names of the favorites, but there are 16 squads here, 5 from EMEA, 4 from all the other regions except China, which has themselves 3 teams here as we look at the groups and the setup. As there it is, Group A, it's EDG, RRQ, 100Thieves, and BBL. We will be covering that first match here, EDG and BBL.
अरे क्या हो गया नेट क्या हेलो.
Yeah, but when you take a look at this group as a whole here, Kukuka, what jumps out at you?
I'd like to see what 100Thieves has.
I mean, I think for me, I want to see RRQ. I want to see RRQ.
Actually, you want to see RRQ.
Well, I mean, I think
Sell it to me.
they're making.
कैमरा टॉप पे कर लो ना राइट कॉर्नर पे. अभी अरे पागल हो क्या भाई उधर जगह ही बनाई है. अभी
Let's take a
देखना
look at Group B
अभी
here.
देखना.
You're excited for RRQ coming in as the #1 seed. And
अभी मैच चालू होएगा ना. अब ये लोग कैसा रखते हैं UI ये नहीं पता. वैसे तो VCT वाले तो अलग ही रखते थे.
For this event, there's
वो
no
प्रॉपर
doubt
वैसे
about
उस
it.
जगह पे ही
I
रखते हैं.
mean, it's stacked. You know,
अभी के लिए रखूं क्या?
So consistent this year. Vitality going really far in London, and then
अरे
Common with that home field advantage here in Paris. I mean, that's gonna only buff them even more.
The fact that the
क्या हाल है जोरो भाई. राम राम कितना.
the stream A is going to be the Vitality versus KC, France versus France.
Yeah.
Also the new face that we're going to see from KC. We know that they let go of their head coach and Rate is now.
भाई एमेट से भी थोड़ा ये है यार कि खेले इस बार.
Out of the qualifier and into the tournament itself.
मास्टर्स में तो नहीं हुआ इनसे.
For obvious reasons. And then on Group C, G2 mates, Shilai and Nongshim. Why should I be excited for Nongshim? There were some decisions that they were making.
अरे ये मेरे को ना बहुत बिल्टी देता है यार. सेट नहीं होता कभी कभार. अच्छा ये पूरा बना के मिला है क्या सेट. नहीं सेट करके. अभी मैं बताऊंगा गेम चालू होगी वो वही उस जगह ही सेट होगा. बाकी किल फीड आपको दिखेगी, मैप दिखेगा, प्रॉपर गेम दिखेगा, कोई पीओवी दिक्कत नहीं होगा. इसलिए वो बना गया. इसलिए उधर ही रखते हैं. हर कोई स्ट्रीमर वही रखता है 99%. हेलो दोस्तों, क्या हाल चाल है अरमान भाई. राम राम पाजी कितना. जोरो भाई बड़े आदमी हो गए हैं. अगर भाई EWC को स्ट्रीमर बन गए हैं भाई. देख रहे हो भाई मेरे बनते ही जोरो भाई की मेंबरशिप भी चली गई भाई. क्या करूं भाई.
Literally last year had the conversation and
Book है यार.
joins the squad, goes to champions with them,
धीरे
and
धीरे
then
मेहनत का फल मिल रहा है ग्रुप
it
भाई.
is the best story in esports. Baby Bay from desk.
मिलना चाहिए यार. मिलना चाहिए. बहुत जरूरत है भाई.
I think we're a little biased. We should be a little
And
biased.
we will be. Just for you to know, when G2 plays, we will be supporting Baby Bay.
Yeah.
जी का मैच कल है ना. कल नहीं 4 तारीख को.
You need to understand us as well. If he was your friend, you would do
4th
the
को
same.
है.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's how it should be. And then finally, in Group D, it's Heretics, MIBR, Global, and AGAL. That's that final group.
Heretics
and MIBR might be the ones that come out, but MIBR, not necessarily the superstar.
और कौन सा बोला?
Pumping on all cylinders. How do you feel about that group there?
I mean, I think it's tough. I mean,
चौथा टीम क्या बोला?
To that group, my biggest question has to be Heretics, right? EWC was that trophy for them that they were chasing for such a long time. We thought we saw that
परसों है. Yep. G versus MIBR, bro.
Masters London happened, crashed out.
Pro was bad.
It was bad.
It was bad.
भाई G कुछ ज़्यादा ही दलदल में नहीं है उधर.
Of course, the biggest storyline for this team. They have made those roster changes.
भाई मैं टेबल हिलाता भी नहीं. ये ऊपर कैसे हिल रहा है ये कैमरा.
Fantastic Sunset team.
Sunset.
All right.
Sunset Cosmars.
We'll see what happens with that group later on. Now let's get ourselves focused on our first match. It is the champions of VCT China, EDG. They've got themselves the stack roster, but as you said, coming in with a substitute here, big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me that is of course going to be the biggest.
मिलेगा जिसको जितना भगवान टेस्ट करके देता उसको उतना अच्छा मिलता.
Recently, and I
Hope
think
for the
I
best.
can't help but be a little bit excited about this squad. For me, they have so much aura. You see how much the crowd crowds love to watch them play. Kang is
अबे ये लोग ने जर्सी बदली क्या?
phenomenal. He's a performer on that stage, and it's amazing. I feel like this team.
ये कोई नया है क्या? Signed?
And especially since we saw the changes, since the Yoru left for them, they're able to use their own
है ना?
a little bit better. Get
पहले नहीं था यार.
on that jet, so. There is a big question mark there for them, but we know if they play towards their ceiling, they can be dangerous.
I'm also very excited about Chichu. I think that always in every
Lev नहीं है ना
he
EWC में?
delivers, doesn't matter what he is
देखते हैं
playing.
ना.
But
ये देखो अपना है. नहीं लेव है ही नहीं. इतनी ही टीम्स हैं. ये पैसिफिक से 2 हैं, 3 हैं. हाँ 3 हैं. हाँ ये लोग तो चेंज नहीं करना, मेरे को चेंज चाहिए भाई. इनसे मैच है भाई. मजाक हो रही है. मजाक हो रही है बहस क्या. पहला ही मैच MIBR से दे दिया. लेव कैसे नहीं है, उन लोगों ने तो जीता था. मास्टर्स अलग है, ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप अलग है. ये ग्रुप स्टेज है ना, शायद ऊपर आ जाए. आइडिया नहीं मुझे. PRX gonna dominate, mark my words. PRX gonna dominate, but अबे एक मिनट, EMEA से अटैक भी नहीं. फनेटिक भी नहीं है यार. ये मेरा फर्स्ट टाइम है ना EWC. मेरे को कुछ आइडियाज नहीं है कि कब कौन किधर से क्या हो रही है. हमारा तो ग्रुप ए का मैच देखना है और ग्रुप बी वाला सेकंड मैच देखना है. अभी ये लोग इधर कौन सी मैच चालू करेंगे ये नहीं पता मुझे.
A little bit as you see the team setting up on stage right now. BBL up against EDG. This
Vitality
does
है ना.
feel
अरे
like
Vitality
current
ठीक है.
form against current form.
Fnatic
You
होती
might
तो vibe
feel
अलग
one
होती
way
है, समझ
stronger
रहे हो?
than the other with EDG coming off that third place finish over at Masters London. But you know how good this BBL
भाई उनका
squad
कैबिनेट
can
देखो ना,
be.
उस पे भी
Fearless,
EWC वो सब ये
fearlessly,
भाई ये
they can go up against anybody.
I think that's a great point. When you
कितना
talk
छोटा
about
सा
playing
कैबिनेट दिख रहा है यार.
fearless, these are two squads that will take the fight to you. This is going to be an exciting game the whole way through, to be honest. I mean, it's going to be high-powered, flashy. I want Kang.
अबे एक मिनट भाई मेरे को.
That's what I want to see. Give me some fun Valorant today.
it's especially having a Turkish team. I think that we will be guaranteed that. We have been asking the players.
Creative teams to come out from America.
Excellent answer there. And
अबे लिखना चाहिए ना किसका मैच हो रहा है. कैसे पता चलेगा ब्रो.
as we're getting ready for this matchup, I'm told we can take a look at
इधर पहला दिखा रहा मैच
our
ये
players.
और
So
लिखा है
do us
स्ट्रीम
the
भी.
honors. The RRQ boys are on the stage first. So who is the squad representing the Pacific tonight?
पिछले साल कौन जीता? टीम
Kind of
हेरिटेज
the
जीती
team
थी.
that is always. Oh, he might be one of the
player
best
to
to watch
watch.
in
Yeah.
Pacific. He is definitely a player to watch, as well as Xfero, who is arguably the best Sentinel in the whole league. They
Oh,
have
wow.
two really big heavy hitters, and they've got a great caller on Crazy Guy. The question marks start with really the rest of the roster. Kushi is a very up and down player, and then they've just added a new player. They are replacing Monyet with Zan. Roll for roll, that's going to be a really good swap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be ready for this international stage and this level.
मोनू भाई नहीं खेल रहे.
What I was going to ask though is I know they've struggled internationally, but that could have been in front of an audience.
पहले मैं ज्यादा
Today,
स्टेज पे
you're in
इन्वेस्ट
group
नहीं करते
stages
क्या.
with no fans.
EWC
This
वाले
feels
थोड़ा.
like you are
अरे
practicing
ग्रुप
at an
स्टेज है ना,
home studio or
ग्रुप
even
स्टेज है
at your
ये.
home boot camp. It's a
इसलिए
very,
मतलब
I
अभी
guess, calm
स्टार्टिंग
atmosphere
स्टेज का
defending.
ये
I would love
मैचेस
to
हैं.
agree with you, but they were here last year.
भाई जी को फर्स्ट मैच ही MIBR से बिठा दे. वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ. पहला मैच पर किसी से भी बढ़ाओ तभी एक से बढ़कर एक है यार.
So one of these two teams, I mean, this game will be very important for one of these organizations who.
क्या हाल चाल है काटी बाजी? राम राम, कैसे हो?
EWC, RRQ's got teams in other games. They want to at least make it through the group stage here, and this first.
आसपास करेगा भाई. आसपास भी नहीं दिखेगा भाई हमारे. इतना मारेंगे
on the
हम
other
उनको.
side of things, or maybe a BBL. That's going to be potentially the harder game compared to this first
फिर
one.
भी
in
बड़ा
my opinion.
सिंपल सा.
Coach,
ऐसे ही
getting us
होता है भाई.
fired up on the
ग्रुप
100
स्टेज ये
Thieves
सब
side.
ऐसे ही होते हैं.
Athena, it is your turn. Who is this beautiful man with the blonde hair in the front?
पिछली साल भी ऐसे ही था पहले। पर वो फाइनल बहुत क्रेजी था भाई, इनका बड़ी स्टेज पे आसपास मारेगा। आसपास ज़ेकन भी है भाई, मैंने सुना टेंस वापस आ गया। हाँ? Is it real or fake? नहीं, एफएफ का बड़ा तगड़ा सा होता है स्टेज एंड ऑल। अरे नहीं, इसका भी होएगा, देखना ये ग्रुप स्टेज खत्म होने दो, इसका भी आप देखोगे तो अच्छा ही है। किधर गया था टेंस? अरे रिटायर हो गया था ना T1 में, ऐसा सीसी गया था, उसके बाद मैं सुनने में आया कि वापस आ रहा है। ईएनसी के लिए आया, ईएनसी के लिए आया। हाँ वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ। अबे हाँ ज़ेकन ही है, वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई, आसपास क्या होगा बुर्जी बनेगी।
That being said, Asuna has been the best flex player, I think, in all of Americas right now. He's been playing Neon.
हाँ याद आ गया, यस।
Few different play styles in that group.
Few different play
याद आ
styles.
गया।
We've actually asked him a lot.
क्या हाल चाल है ब्लेंडी भाई? राम राम।
So many play styles, but for him, it
ENC भी
doesn't
खेलेगा
matter.
टेंस, यस यस यस
Naturally,
यस
that being
यस।
said, when he is on the Neon, him and Timotino
India
have such
supportful.
good synergy. They're so good with the double duels.
भाई ENC कब से चालू हो रहा है?
Frags. I feel like towards the end of stage 1, that's when he really started.
इसको कुछ दिक्कत है पता है, वो
Worried
आँख
about
वाला।
some jet lag setting in. How you feeling about your Pacific crew? Okay.
Most cool collected player. I don't think
8 नवंबर है भाई अभी
above
तो।
a 5. And I think on the other side,
अबे चैट एक बार ये देखो ना, कोई गूगल करके, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा।
These are two players that have played the duelist
ये
in the past. They flex on the chamber.
EWC में इनका कब है?
They like to play a slower play style. I described Jemkin when they won stage 1.
PUBG Mobile वालों का।
Terminator. Like he's always coming for you.
He's recharging right
time, but he's not necessarily. But he's
You
very.
will net actually Indian players playing on international. Yes.
And I think that
बापे।
really is very much his style. He's a very
ठीक ठाक हुआ
dangerous
बताओ,
player
ठीक
when
ठाक
he's able to
क्यों भाई,
activate.
क्या हो गया? ठीक ठाक
We've got
बस
our players ready to go.
नवंबर से स्टार्ट होगा।
Just
यस
moments
यस
away
यस।
from
ये
kickoff
ग्रम्पी
battle
EWG
one, and
EDG में
reminder,
कहाँ?
it is not
अरे वो
best of
EDG
ones.
नहीं
We've
थी,
been
वो
called
RRQ थी।
surprisable by 750,000
RRQ के
points.
जेमकिन था वो।
Increase your
RRQ में
match
FF
by
वालों,
at least one
FF वालों
match.
दोनों
Let's
टीम में
talk
एक
about
गोलू
the
गोलू प्लेयर
distance.
है ही।
Will we get to a game
हाँ
3?
क्या?
Athena, walk me through how we're getting to game number 1. What map did they choose?
I mean, this makes sense. We have the map veto. RRQ did ban Split, which makes a lot of sense against 100Thieves. They've had
पहले
a
मैं
lot of
जब
success.
जब नया नया देख रहा था ना PUBG मोबाइल, जब इंटरनेशनल अपने PMGC ये सब होता था, तो जैसे BTR क्लैन तो भाई उस टाइम बहुत ये थी। अब तो पता नहीं भाई इंटरनेशनल में क्या सीन होगा। तो ऐसा लगता है जब दूसरा कोई, जैसे वैलो देखो या कोई दूसरा स्पोर्ट जिसमें सेम टीम का नाम है, जैसे अभी तुम बोले ना कि उधर RRQ है, इधर भी RRQ है, तो मेरे को लगता था यही बंदे उधर भी खेलते हैं। जब नया नया आया था भाई, मेरे को ऐसा ही लगता था भाई। मान नाम है FF में जो है। अच्छा, ड्रेक की टीम है। हाँ? क्या RRQ? BTR 25, yes, Luxy Zuxy.
What you were expecting on the
Luxy
defense
Zuxy.
here for 100Thieves?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. As soon
भाई
as
पता है मुझे याद भी नहीं रहता लक्सी जक्सी नाम। मैं भाई जब ये हुआ था, PMCU हुआ था, तो जॉनथन ये लोग शायद एंटिटी में थे I guess। और तभी वो थी ऑरेंज रॉक मावियो स्काउट वाली, उस टाइम देखता था, तभी OR सेकंड आई थी। और ये लोग कौन से पाए थे पता नहीं, बट जॉनथन का इतना तभी उसका हाइप था ना कि भाई वो लोग इसके साथ ये कर रहे थे 1v1 वाला सिस्टम, और जो कुदाया था भाई जॉनथन ने, भाई तब से मैं वो लोग को जानता हूँ कि हाँ लक्सी जक्सी। ड्रेक इन्वेस्टर, अच्छा। RRQ EVOS फैल्कन BTR AGL ये सब है पर में। फैल्कन तो नाम सुना है क्योंकि मैं CSGO देखा था, मतलब CSGO का सुना था, तो फैल्कन मैंने नाम सुना, BTR सुना, EVOS AGL नहीं पता। तो पूरा EWC स्ट्रीम करोगे क्या भाई? करना तो मुझे पूरा ही था, 15 या 16 दिन का शायद इवेंट है ये, करना मुझे पूरा था, बट मैं सैटरडे से हूँ नहीं।
Everyone started doing that.
it.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
full
just
sense
saying.
started doing that.
करना मुझे पूरा था यार।
The first stage. He's
मैं
got
सैटरडे
it
को
all.
मोस्ट
So
प्रोबेबली
it's kind of interesting to see,
देखता
but
हूँ,
again,
जी का
some
तो
of
मैच
the
करने का
hacks,
कोशिश
like,
करूंगा ही,
I mean, it's always going to be
उसके
rough.
बाद
That
ही
is the age-old thing
जाऊंगा।
with Ascent, in a lot of metas, a very defensive side of map. I think if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story, but that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them
अब
to
ये
get
ऊपर
going
वाला
on the
हटाओ
attack.
ना, ये
Hopefully
क्या
they
है?
can try to win the pistol, try to get in with a couple of good gun rounds, and
दिख
then
गया
when they
पहला
flip over
मैच,
the
ये
defense,
अपना
maybe
यार।
they'll be a little bit more comfortable. I think it's interesting.
सारे
that
गेम्स
Jovi
करोगे या
is the
सिर्फ
coach
वैलोरेंट?
of
वैलोरेंट और
RRQ.
पबजी मोबाइल का ही मुझे
He has
मिला
a little
बस।
bit more insight and knowledge
जी
into
फिर
how
आ
some
रही
of
क्या
these
फायदा?
American teams perform because
Yeah.
प्रभु
he's
आप
over
इतने
there
सुंदर
in
कैसे
that
दिखते
region,
हो
he
यार
might
छोटी
be
भाई?
watching it
अब
a
बोर्न
little
एंड
bit more
बॉटम
actively than some
ब्यूटीफुल
other
यार।
people in Pacific. So I'm
जो कि
kind
मैं
of
क्या
hoping
चाल है
that's
राव
going to
राव।
give him a good read on what 100 Thieves likes to do.
भाई नहीं भाई, अच्छा खेली थी भाई, मास्टर्स में भी अच्छा खेली, बट कुछ जगह ऐसा हुआ कि भाई क्यों ऐसा कुछ हो रही। बट ठीक है यार, एटलीस्ट हम ये किए ना भाई, क्वालिफाई तो किए थे मास्टर्स के लिए। धीरे धीरे आ जाएगा भाई, फॉर्म भी आ जाएगा, एम भी आ जाएगा, गेम सेंस भी हो जाएगा। तुम नहीं करोगे फिर हर्ष भाई की स्ट्रीम पर देखना, तो देखेंगे। देख लेना, मेरी तो मजबूरी है भाई, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता। अगर EWC ना बोला वॉच पार्टी करे सच में, हाँ क्वालिफाई तो क्या अब भी किए थे क्वालिफाई। भाई मास्टर्स के लिए क्वालिफाई किधर किए थे काटी भाई? हैं असेंशंस के लिए किए थे, मास्टर्स के लिए कभी नहीं किए। हर बार असेंशंस में जाके हम चूक हो गए थे। पिछले साल छोटे क्रिएटर्स को नहीं दिया, दिया है छोटे क्रिएटर्स भाई, सबको मिला है, मेजॉरिटी सबने, जिसने भी जो भी बात किया है उनको सबको मिला है, क्योंकि इनको भी तो स्टेज अपना बड़ा ही करना है। ऑब्वियसली इनका स्टेज बड़ा है, बट और भी फैलेगा ना वो चीज। कितना पैसा दे रहा है? बहुत पैसा दे रहा है, 100 करोड़ मेरे को एक स्ट्रीम का मिल रहा है। पैसा नहीं मिलेगा। हाँ भाई, आदमी कुछ अच्छा करता है, कितना पैसा मिल रहा है बस वो भाई, आदमी क्या बोलो, मतलब आदमी का मेहनत नहीं, पैसा कितना दे रहा है वो बता सकते। भाई EWC ने बोला ब्रांड, तो ब्रांड है तो क्या मेरे को पैसा देगा वो? मेरे को ये दिया, इतना अच्छा फ्रेम दिया, स्ट्रीम स्टार्टिंग दिया, बी रेड बैक दिया, स्ट्रीम एंडिंग नहीं दिया, स्ट्रीम एंडिंग नहीं दिया, हर चीज दिया भाई। थोड़ा मेरे पास और कुछ होता ना, लाइक थोड़े हमारे सब्सक्राइबर्स बड़े होते, वॉचिंग और अच्छी होती, तो मैं उनके एक और क्राइटेरिया में आ जाता, कुछ EWC गिफ्ट्स पर गिफ्ट्स या गिफ्ट्स पर करके ऐसा कुछ था, बट मेरे पास उतना है नहीं, तो मैं वो क्राइटेरिया में नहीं आया। तो फिर शायद तो मेरी एक जर्सी भी दिखते, शायद।
But I'm looking at 100Thieves placements. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th, things like that. Yeah. I'm looking at RRQ. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th. They just
पर तेरे 100 के सब्सक्राइबर्स का है मेरे दिल में।
Sometimes be where you're running into a brick wall playing the very best teams, or where you're running into a team that's on a really, really good run of form. I think we had that in both Pacific and Americas. You guys had Furia in kickoff go on a crazy run. We had Nongshim go on a crazy run. So sometimes you just run into a team that's really hot, and sometimes you just run into one of the old staples that always makes top 3s and goes to international events.
Well, speaking of Furia, 100Thieves actually beat Furia 2-0 and then moved on to beat Loud 3-0 in order to qualify for this event, which goes to show how crazy Americas is right now, where you never know who's going to win.
ये लोग की जगह पूरी अलग होती है यार।
Like MIBR, it's the same thing.
अबे मैग्नेट से चिपका है।
So much potential, so much firepower.
इनका ये
time and time again, but they haven't been able to put up the results to show that. They haven't made it to
क्या बोलते हैं इसको, ये ब्लैक वाला?
I think for this team of 100
बहुत बबक कर रहे हैं, गेम चालू कर रहे हैं। 430 ना? अरे 430 के ऊपर हो गया, what?
MIBR, it's kind of really hard, but this is the time to kind of cement yourself and show yourself as a pillar of the Americas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see RRQ take
OBS
on an
bot.
Americans team. I feel like
ये क्या है बे, कैमरा है क्या ये?
I'm used to seeing them play in EMEA. I feel like they'd played Fnatic like 500 times. So I'm hoping this is going to give them a little bit of a different flavor, something a little bit different at the start of this group stage, because I think both of these teams, although there's no kind of
650 करोड़ का ऑल ओवर टूर्नामेंट है भाई, तुम लोग पता है? 650 करोड़।
The other side of the bracket and seeing EDG versus BBL, both of those teams are going to be a nightmare there to play. EDG's on a hot streak coming back off the back of London, and BBL is no pushover either. We already saw them
अच्छा है वो
early
एक्टिव
on
रोस्टर
in
में
the
नहीं था
opening,
तब याद आया
Masters event of this year, do quite well for themselves, have a nice little run over in EMEA.
वो
Unfortunately,
एक्टिव रोस्टर
kind
में
of
नहीं था
eclipsed them a
तब
little bit this time
Yeah.
around, but these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for
पर हम
granted.
लोग मास्टर्स के लिए
Yeah,
क्वालिफाई
I'm
थोड़ी हुए
really
कभी
looking at these players. I'm obviously a little bit
उठ जा भाई गेम
biased
खेलना है
here,
तुझे
but
नींद
for me,
है
my
तो मैं खेल
prediction,
लेता हूँ
personally, my prediction is that
अरे
100 Thieves
यार
is
मैं
gonna
तो ये भी
run
नहीं
with
बोल
this,
सकता
but
लाइट ही
I'm
चला
gonna
जाएगा
take
भाई
it easy. I think I'm looking kind of at a 2-1 here, personally, especially looking at the maps.
Yeah, I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is probably
भाई ये तो लात मारेगा इसका
well.
सीपीयू गिर जाएगा भाई
RRQ is
ऐसा
hard to
ऐसा
compete
कैसे
for at the
सीपीयू
best of times.
Damn, you're
अबे
getting
पहिए
them
लगे हैं क्या
loyal to your
Domestically,
teams.
they are
That's
very,
crazy.
very
पहिए
good.
लगे शायद
Internationally, they always struggle.
अजीटे
and
सुपर
I've
कर रहे
watched
छोटे
all of their games internationally.
कौन
It's
यूज कर
caused me
रहा है
great
ये
pain.
लो अरे
At
हाँ
least they've made it to international.
Yeah,
हाँ भाई
that's true. That's true.
ब्रो योर
We could
क्लिक
have a
डोंट गिव
conversation
यू
about maybe
लाइक
if 100 Thieves would have
कभी
done a little
चोक
bit
नहीं
better
करता
or
मेरा
not.
तो हर बार
Been
क्लिक
a while
चोक ही
since
कर
we
जा
saw
रहा है
100 Thieves win Americas. For RRQ, at least, you could only need to go back a couple of stages, and they've also already taken a title for themselves. So,
सिस्टम में यार
look, maybe they're not necessarily making it into the
अरे
top
कौन है
couple.
भाई
Part
मैसेज
of
पे
that is down
मैसेज कर रहा भाई
to, T1 Super
कौन
Team,
है भाई?
Nongshim going on a little bit of run. PaperX is always just good. It's a hard, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Looking at these maps, at least. So we've got Ascent first. That is RRQ's pick. Then 100 Thieves. They've gone and picked Breeze, which I'm actually surprised about. I don't know how you feel about this, but seeing that RRQ hasn't had the best of success on Breeze, and seeing that 100 Thieves has done phenomenal, essentially, every time they've played Breeze, I'm really surprised that they let that through.
I think that Breeze is going to be a bit of a false dichotomy for 100 Thieves, in my opinion. I think that RRQ,
ये लोग गियर कपड़े लेके आते हैं
RRQ
माउस
has
पैड
been
एंड
very
कीबोर्ड
good on Breeze.
हाँ मुझे
And
पता
some of the
है
officials,
माउस
maybe
पैड
it hasn't
कीबोर्ड
gone
और
their
ये
way. In kickoff in particular,
ईयरफोन्स
they were the team
इनके
in the
रहते हैं
upper bracket game, and they lost 3 best of 5s in a row to be kicked out of kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year. And they lost every time on Breeze. Since then, they have kind
माउस
of
पैड
mixed things
कीबोर्ड
up.
माउस
I
और
like
ईयरफोन
the fact that
चार
they're kind of
चीज
playing the KO Harbor comp at the moment. I think it allows them to mid round quite nicely. I like the way that they play the KO. So
अरे
think
चालू
it's
करो
quite
रे
a
भाई
powerful
कितने
for
बजे
them.
करेंगे
I wanna see
ये
if they rejig things a little bit though in terms of their comp in particular when we head through onto
वो भी
Breeze,
सो रहा
because
है
previously they did have Monyet playing the
भाई
Harbor.
जेट लैग बोल रहा
So
क्या
kind
आज
of a
आज
little
क्यों
bit up
उतरे
and
क्या
down.
लोग
Zan
सीधा
mixed
गेम
into
में आ
this
गए
roster is definitely
भाई
a
वो
neon
ग्रीन
guy, and
भाई
Jeff
मेरे को
is
ऐसा
not a
माउस
neon
चाहिए
guy.
वेपर
Kinda
साला
just
सब
feels
महंगे
neon
मिलते
Yeah.
कलर में
too. So I'm
मेरे
wondering
को
which
ऐसा
one of
कोई
those two things is gonna take
ड्रास्टिक माउस
priority.
चाहिए
Or
यार
whether they
कलरफुल
actually just move in a completely different
माउस
direction
भी
and start
यस
playing double
यस
duelist again. I
यस
wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of jet neon from RRQ.
Yeah.
सबको
Dude,
नींद
I
आ
would
रही
love
हाँ
a
ना
double
सबका
duelist,
जेट
double
लैग हो
duelist
रहा
matchup because 100 Thieves on the other side, they've been doing that. They've been loving it too, which is kind of crazy considering as soon as KO
अरे
was
चालू
also
करो ना
really,
भाई
really good in Americas, but they've switched over to that Phoenix, to that Jet. I don't know if they're going
पर
to
एक चीज नोटिस किया आपने वो वीसीटी में कैसा वो स्टैंड रहता आगे पीछे ऊपर नीचे करने वाला ये लोग में नहीं है ये लोग में एक जगह ही है मतलब स्टेबल है मास्टर्स का वाइब अलग है ईडब्ल्यूसी में एनर्जी नहीं दिख रही ईडब्ल्यूसी अभी ग्रुप स्टेज है ना इसलिए एनर्जी नहीं दिखेगा ये हफ्ते का जितने भी मैचेस है वो जाने दो फिर आपको एनर्जी दिखेगा क्रेजी लेनोवो लीजिए ओ भाई मैं बोला ईडब्ल्यूसी कुछ लिखा होगा लेनोवो स्पॉन्सर है अरे चालू करो ना यार हाँ अभी ऑडियंस नहीं ना हाँ शोर शराबा नहीं है कैमरामैन भी क्या ही दिखाए कितनी बार प्लेयर्स को दिखाए भाई
Yeah.
If I was to guess, I
Really?
think the Ascent is a bit of a question mark peak for me, but they're always a little bit.
भाई
funky
वार्म
with
अप
their
कर रहा है
pick.
वो
I think that the Breeze stats are a little bit misleading. I think RRQ is going to be a little
ऐसे
bit
कुछ होता है
better
क्या
than you would expect to be on Breeze, but we'll see. The stats don't look great, but I'm telling you, I watched and casted most of those games
भाई सो
recently.
गया
How
भाई
what's the filter on that, by the way? How many months are we talking about?
This is Stage 1 and Masters.
Stage 1 and Masters.
Okay, it does not include the EWC qualifiers,
Okay.
so there is a little bit of data
The thing
missing.
is, though, if
so.
you add a kickoff to that, those stats will get worse.
Kickoff doesn't count.
Those
That
stats will
was
get
so
worse,
far.
though.
Wait, really?
They lost 3 in a row in kickoff. Oh boy, so look, Xfero, you can see he's locked in.
Kidia
He's
City.
ready for this game. He is very much
Starting in?
meditating for himself and getting ready for this series as a lead.
गलती
But
से
we'll
लगा
take a
दिया
little
उसने।
bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back with map 1 of 100 Thieves and RRQ right after this.
चलो चालू रहा रे भाई। मैं चाहूँ तो पेरिस जा सकता हूँ। EWC विटनेस कर रहे हैं IRL मेरे शॉप पर। पेरिस का टूर आया हुआ है कंपनी। क्या बात करो सच्ची में? अरे तो जाओ ना, घूम के आओ भी पेरिस। पैसा नहीं लग रहा तो जाके आओ, पैसा लग रहा तो फिर क्या मतलब है? अरे अभी भी 5 मिनट। अरे ना करो यार। क्या एडवर्टाइजमेंट हुआ होगा ना उधर, देखो। क्रेजी बाबे। किडिया सिटी पेरिस में नाम है इसका, किडिया सिटी। किडिया कैसे बोलना? किडिया ही बोले, किडिया। हाँ भाई, बट मेरे पापा ने आज तक अभी भी पासपोर्ट बनाया है, सो मे भी हो जाए। अभी पासपोर्ट बना है। पापा को जाने दो, घूम के आते तो भाई फॉरेन। अपनी तो उम्र है भाई, घूमेंगे। वो लोग की अभी उम्र है घूमने की, अपने तो अभी लंबे है भाई, अपने को अभी काम करने का है। तो ऐसा मतलब कंपनी में जो मतलब जो भेजा है वो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दे करा है। हाँ बाबा नाइस यार। ये क्या एंथम, ये है क्या सॉन्ग म्यूजिक? भाई ये क्या बनाया है भाई रूम ने? सोलर पैनल है क्या है ये? किधर गया? पबजी मोबाइल दिख रहा है क्या? पबजी वर्ल्ड कप दिख तो रहा, PMWC कब था? शिट, तारीख भी नहीं देखा भाई। हट। ग्रुप ऑफ 50 to 60 पीपल जैसे जाते हैं साथ में, उधर टूर गाइड हैं, वो घुमाते हैं जगहों पर। खाना स्टे एंड और कुछ एडिशनल खर्चा करना। वो अपने समझ गया भाई, मतलब वैसा सीन है, मतलब वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको। अबे ये क्यों है भाई? ऐसे क्यों होता है भाई? ये बकचोदी देखो, गांडू है थोड़ा सा। एक मिनट, ट्विच देखो, ट्विच पे हो रहा है वैलोरेंट जापान हो रहा है तो ENC ये कौन है डेथ मैच खेल रहा है? शर्म आ रहा तेरे को? अरे देखो, इरिटेशन की हद होती है। कंपनी उसका सेल्स शेयर करती है, वो कंप्लीट करने को। हाँ समझ गया मैं। क्या दिखता है बे पेरिस? हाँ अरे यार, एक तो भाई बहुत बीटी है भाई, मेरे को गुस्सा आ रहा है। रघु बाबे साला ऐसी जगहों पे शिफ्ट होने का मजा ही कुछ अलग होएगा ना। सो लकीली इस बार पेरिस का आया हुआ है, पर पापा को जाने दे रहा हूँ, उनका मन है। अरे जाने दो यार, अपन कभी अब खुद के पैसे से जाएंगे भाई। आपका किस चीज का शॉप है वैसे अरमान भाई? भाई ये कितने बजे चालू हो रहा है? 4:52, 3 मिनट दिखा रहा, 5 बजे चालू होगा। बस खुद के पैसे से पक्का डन है, डन है, डन है। होम इंटीरियर्स का शॉप है पूरा। अरे भाई असला। अरे भाई ये बहुत प्रॉब्लम है भाई, ये वाईटी ये बहुत दिक्कत दे रहा है यार, ये तो क्या बकचोदी है ये। ये खुद के वेबसाइट पर भी स्ट्रीम हो रहा है, मे भी पता नहीं। मेरे को पता नहीं, वाईटी बहुत दिक्कत देता है यार, समझ ही नहीं आता।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
क्या हाल चाल है मास्टर? राम राम, कैसा है? अभी 2 गेम्स एक साथ लाइव होंगे क्या? हाँ, ग्रुप ए ग्रुप बी एक ही टाइम पे 2 मैचेस। पीआरएस के टाइम भी वही। अभी ये क्या है भाई, कार्टून? अभी तक स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ क्या? नहीं, अभी नहीं हुआ। कल से 5 बजे आना पड़ेगा लगता है। बाय द वे भाई लोग, किसी ने भी मेरे आज ब्लॉग पे कमेंट नहीं किया अभी कि ऐसा कुछ डाला करूँ या नहीं डाला करूँ रोज अपलोडिंग वाला, कुछ बोला नहीं रे तुम लोग ने, हाँ? तो देखे कौन सा फिर, जो आपको पसंद है वो देखो। इसलिए मैं RRQ क्योंकि रीजन एंड सेकंड PRX क्योंकि सेकंड होम। कब तक है भाई तुम्हें, क्या कब तक है, क्या है कब तक?
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy.
अरे कर लो ना यार
Champs Paris
चालू।
last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the
मैं तो
country
काम करने निकल गया था, अभी
also like
4:30 को
Paris,
घर
like
आया।
it's a special city
तो
for me.
कमेंट
So
करने में क्या
there's a lot
आधा
of
घंटा लेते
story
हो
about
सोच
it.
के कमेंट करने में, हाँ? सर्च कर तो किधर यूनिवर्स उधर प्लूटो ऊटो पे जाके।
But that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially like I am playing the
भाई जी का कोई बंदे को बताए दिखाएंगे?
it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old.
अरे
And
बैंक
growing up in
बाबा
Paris, like, I think has
बाबा
been a chance for me
बस
because
तब
I don't think I would be there today if I
अभी
didn't,
का
like, if
देखा
my
हूँ
mom
पढ़
didn't
ले।
move to France. And as I said,
नहीं
like,
तभी क्यों नहीं
I'm
किया?
grateful for everything, you know. Like I'm trying to stay humble, like work
Best
hard, prove
yeah.
by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know. I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person too.
भाई तुम लोग चालू करोगे कि नहीं ये बताओ
The
मुझे।
esports and stuff, the crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing
क्या
match.
बोल रहा है ना, फर्स्ट गेम देयर विल बी नो क्राउड, बोला ना उसने। अब इसमें ऊपर भी जा सकते हैं ना?
Finals, we were in tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up. Maybe some harsh, maybe some.
ब्रो ये वाला तो
I
कुछ
think all it
क्रेजी
took
था भाई।
was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in
ये वाला बहुत
ourselves
क्रेजी था
that we
भाई।
can do it.
Even though it was so bad.
भाई
still inside,
they were
we
2-0,
can't
Fnatic
stop
were
believing,
2-0
we
लीड
should
पे
stop
थी,
believing them. That's
मैं
it.
जो 3-2 खत्म कर दिया भाई।
Listen, the trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well. Especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, many boys not in our roster. I mean, obviously, I would have liked to play with my brother, but it's, you know, esports, it's competitions. Kashmaras and Minibo are very similar.
Hey, master!
Playstyle. Of course, we have different.
भाई पूरा मास्टर दिखता है भाई।
As a team, we're very similar to last year.
I think there's a lot of good teams here, but we're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible, and teams will remember the form that we were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
We're here to defend the title, and good luck to the teams trying to take it from us.
भाई ये लोग का आईब्रो भी सफेद रहता है भाई। सफेद क्या क्या बोलते हैं उसको, कौन सी कलर है? ब्लॉन्ड। कैसे निकलता है भाई ये लोग का ऐसा कलर? उधर का पानी का जैसे। भाई कल से 5-15 आना, ये टाइम पर बहुत है इनका। अरे बहुत ज्यादा है यार, ड्यूटी है साला।
All right, we're back from the break here at the Esports World Cup 2026, kicking off with Valorant. Just running through a couple little teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ.
भाई पता चला 2 राउंड हुआ, उसके बाद टेक पॉज ले भाई।
I believe it is on the B stream. Got a little bit of a banger game. Of course, Americas versus Pacific and Americas versus Pacific on the cast. Whichever one of us will perform better or worse will get replaced later. It's definitely not already decided.
Yeah, no, it's not decided on rotation. We actually, whoever performs, not only do they have to get off the cast,
मेरा वहम हो रहा है मेरे को
You
ये
also
बाल
have to just
सच्ची में
leave
वहम
and leave Paris completely. So it's kind of insane.
I'm
But
packing as many croissants into my suitcase as I can. They're pretty light. I can get a lot in there.
True. You squish them up, make a nice little
Probably
stack.
probably ruins it.
Yeah,
There's
it
someone
ruined the
who's done
croissant.
that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris because this has been such a beautiful
ये
city
चीज
to
पहले
host
सॉल्व
this
करना
event
होता
in
है
so
लाला
far.
लाइव पर
And again, just to reiterate,
कर
the
रहे हैं
prize
ये।
pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with
अरे
a
यार
big
कब से कुछ
chunk of
गुदगुदी
that
कर रहा है
money.
मुझे
They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for and we're so excited
क्या
for,
गुदगुदी कर रहा है मुझे समझ ही
especially
नहीं आ
with
रहा
this matchup today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed format.
First
last
wave ascent,
year.
पता
This
नहीं।
year, they definitely are starting to flesh
भाई
things out
मैप
a
पे
little
ये
bit
सब भी
more.
कुछ नहीं दिखाया
As
भाई
mentioned before, the best of threes is going to be huge for the
पता
players.
कैसे
I
चलेगा
think
मैं
it's going to allow them and the teams to really shine. You mentioned the vetoes and things like that, but also just getting more reps in an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm used to going to an international event or at least supporting a team at an international event. Being the 16th seed,
Okay,
you
humble
verse
brag.
the first seed and you get banged in a best of one and then you go home for 20-30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of three, multiple best of threes. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or any of that nonsense. And we're just going to go and send 2 teams from each groups into the playoffs.
Yep. Sounds great to me. And for those of you that are just jumping in,
अच्छा
it is
सांप जैसा लग रहा है
100
अभी इसका वायर
versus RRQ on this stream. And we've talked
अबे
a lot
कितना
about
छोटा
both these
कीबोर्ड है
teams,
लो
talking about how they're both powerhouses in their own way, and a little bit about
हाँ?
the vetoes. And while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. Who would have
अबे
guessed,
बहुत छोटा सा था
guessed
अबे
that I would have wanted to talk about 100 Thieves? But they've been
Go on.
so
Pop off,
phenomenal. But I don't, I don't know.
VBL और EDG भी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ
Caught me off guard.
नहीं होगा
I
वो
don't know
दोनों
how
एक साथ होते
you
हैं
feel about this, but for 100 Thieves, for me, they've been one of the
माँ
most
ये वे
creative
कब से
teams that
खुजली
we've
कर रहा है
seen
साले
in Americas. I say this even starting in
मैं
kickoff,
स्टार्ट
when
नहीं
they
हुआ अभी
had
तक
the
आप
lead,
लोग नहीं थे ना
they were
इसलिए
able
स्टार्ट
to
ही नहीं
team
हुआ
up
भाई
as
ऐसे
being
हाँ
set
क्या
to
हाय
use
बोल के
that way.
भागोगे
Like,
तो
this
ऐसे ही
was
होएगी
really well done, and I feel
लग
like
भाई
we didn't see
बीबीएल और
that many
EDG स्ट्रीम
teams
कर रहे
use
हैं
it
हाँ
in the
क्या
way that they did. They ended up using that way to get a lot of that information, but be able to
बीबीएल और
refrag
EDG में क्या
back
है
and be
भाई
able to
ये
go
टूजे को
really
देखनी
quick
है
into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously, Waylay no longer that good in this meta, but I'm excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table here if they've made any changes to their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of RRQ,
ये डब्बा क्यों रखा है यार
they tend to like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that they like to do. We have already
As
seen
they've just picked Sage and Veto on Ascent.
Pacific is a wild place. Okay, I know
You
in America.
can't say that and say
In Americas, in Americas, they go, oh my
Sage
god,
and Vetolia.
wow,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
a
really
big
creative.
deal.
In Pacific, we're picking 3 to 5 duelists sometimes.
We
so.
go on strat roulette and we spin a
So
wheel
yeah,
for
I
duels.
mean RRQ.
अने भाई और आपकी दोनों की स्ट्रीम साइड बाय साइड चल रही है बाप रे
Probably be considered a bit
हाँ
more
क्या
of a vanilla
मैंने
team
बोलो
because I think
चूद
a lot of people who don't watch the region might regard Pacific as like every team just runs it down. RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play a slower pace. They mid-round a lot.
Yeah.
They don't just play 30-second, site exec simulator. They
अरे
definitely
कर
do
लो
kind of work
यार
them up a little bit. They try to be
क्या
a bit clever
बीटी
with
दे
the
रहे हैं भाई
calling. They
क्यों
try to have
क्यों
some
नहीं
decent
चालू हो रहा
amount of
अभी
them. So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to kind of be tackling stylistically against a team like 100 Thieves. And I think in general, that's kind of my own opinion about why sometimes RRQ might struggle at internationals because they often try to play like they're playing like Fnatic and they're like playing a slower style. And it's like we're just kind of doing what you're doing, but
भाई
maybe
वो
a little
ग्रीन
worse.
माउस मेरे को बहुत ऐसा अट्रैक्ट कर रहा है अपनी तरफ
Although they have had some very close maps, but in Pacific, I mean, they very much are the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing as opposed to some
पूछो
of the
भी
other teams
ग्रीन
that are
कलर
a bit
का
quicker.
माउस
Your
और
PaperXs,
एकदम
your full sensors, things like
ब्राइट
that. They
रेड
like to
कलर का
push it
माउस
a bit
पैड
more.
ओ भाई
Yeah, I think for
क्रेजी
100
जो
Thieves,
नाचेगा उस पे
they've
माउस
definitely done
मजा
a
ही आ
good job
जाएगा
at balancing both those things. Being able to play somewhat aggressive when they need to be, especially when you're looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super phenomenal with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there, trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back when they need to, being able to just be aggressive, and maybe running it down is the strat to do. They've done such a good job, and a really big props to Vora because his IGLing, his mid-round has been phenomenal as well. I feel like he's really driven this team to success, and for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually lost or confused or overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think for me, from 100 Thieves, that's what I keep talking about, their creativity. It goes way beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the server, but also outside of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap, honestly. If you just
अबे गेम में लो अबे तो दिखाओ ना भाई.
You know, you talk about having a strong mid-round caller, you talk about having a bit of a slower paced, you know, maybe baity at times star player that likes to just let the game come to them.
It's very
evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ. They've had a certain core of players. Xferro has been around since literally the inception of Pacific franchising as the centerpiece of RRQ. Then you had Jemkin, you had Crazy Guy come in a little bit more recently than that. Similar to 100 Thieves, you've got some players that have been around since the very beginning, and they've kind of incrementally built the roster around them over time, changing in 1 or 2 players at a time over seasons until they end up with their current iteration. So I think both of these teams, as mentioned before, maybe falling a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves have, we've talked about the globals, we've talked about the stages. This is the first time that 100 Thieves, at least this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage. So I'm really interested to see how they face up to that. Is there going to be a shift in mentality? Is there going to be a little bit more pressure? I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come up from challengers into this roster. This has been his first time in the VCT. This has been his first roster, and he's performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed into a very well-rounded duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. I'm thinking, if I'm thinking of the VCT Americas 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving to a different style, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how they do on the global stage. But that being said, we still have a couple more things to work on. And before we jump into the game, we're going to go into a quick break.
अरे मुरी मैया रे मैया दैया रे दैया फिर से ब्रेक चालू थी ब्रेक आ गया कहाँ है झाला यार जरा गेड़ी मार के आते हैं यूट्यूब पे कौन कौन ए बका बका आया बका बका किधर है भाई अरे तुमने बोला मैं ना हाँ ये रहा अरे तो पूरा ही बताया रवि भाई को बताया दोनों की स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं शुरू करूं कुछ भाई ये दोस्तों में आग लगा रहा है ये दोस्तों में लव यू बाय ऑन स्ट्रीम ऐसा कोई स्ट्रीमर देखा होगा
भाई सबको मेल चले गए ये विल बी बैक सून का डाल दिया ये लोगों ने
भाई कब मिला गए
टीम्स अगेंस्ट एशिया वर्सेस एशिया टीम्स अगेंस्ट आउटसाइड एशिया भाई साहब बाय द वे रुको मैं कुछ पेंट पे प्रिंट करके दिखाता हूं तुम लोगों को मैंने कॉपी कर रखा है ना वेट ऑन
क्या पेंटिंग दिखा रहा अपनी देखते
आई एम नॉट ये देखो Road to ENC 2026 for PUBG Mobile Valorant link update. Thank you for showing your interest co-streaming the ENC qualifiers 2026 and taking for the time to submit your application. We are happy to confirm that we are able to grant you rights to co-stream esports.
तो ये दिखाना क्यों था
PUBG Mobile Valorant on your channel, both.
FF को बिना मैंने एक्सेस ले लिया है, अब FF मस्त उनके साथ
नेशन कप का
देखूंगा।
भी आ गया।
FF का नहीं मिला यार मुझे।
वालों मोबाइल का
और मैं
देखो,
FF का लेके
वालों
करूँ क्या
मोबाइल
यार? 2
देखो,
दिन
चलेंगे
करूंगा, उसके बाद चला
सुपर
जाऊंगा ना,
में
वही तो
थोड़ा
प्रॉब्लम
वक्त
है।
है।
कोस्ट्रीमर को स्ट्रीम कर
कुछ
रहा है
चीजें
कर
इंटरनली चल रही है, प्रॉब्लम
डब्लू
आ रही
कोस्ट्रीमर।
है फाइनल सेगमेंट में, बिकॉज कॉम्प्लेक्स गेम है यार।
अरे इसमें भी गया क्या? नहीं, इसमें तो
थोड़ा सा
चालू हो गया।
कॉम्प्लेक्स गेम है, दिक्कत आ रही है, बट लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस। बाय द वे मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना गाइस, इस बार मचा देंगे यार, इस बार लेजिट, इस बार तोड़ देंगे।
अच्छा, आप डुएलिस्ट नहीं खेल रहे हो भाई ना, भाई प्रॉब्लम ये है, अगर आप
फुल्ली
डुएलिस्ट
तोड़
खेलते
देंगे।
ना
ये
सच्ची में
देखो
जीत
गाइस,
जाते।
पीछे बाय द वे कैसा लग रहा
क्या
है
स्कोर हुआ? अभी जीता ही नहीं है,
किंगू।
अभी कुछ जीता
इसका
ही नहीं।
नाम खराब
हाँ
करने का है।
एनम भाई, अभी खराब होएगा, 1 हफ्ते में खराब होएगा, मेरे पास पड़ा है, 1 हफ्ते में खराब होता है ये। खेल खत्म
आपको
बेटा।
ट्राई करने मिला? यस, मैंने ट्राई किया है। स्ट्रीम में
ये
स्टार्ट हो
देख,
गया।
ये देखो,
ओके,
ये देखो,
वी
देख रहे हो?
बॉलिंग बैक, वी बॉलिंग
चादर
बैक।
चोर।
तब तक स्ट्रीम में ही देख लेते हैं।
अरे हाँ, चालू हो गया, मैं
Still,
तो ऐसे ही बोला।
perhaps we have to give the favor to EDG. As time ticks away, folks, it seems we are ready to roll. Barriers up, and away they go. BBL starting on the defense, and they've gone for an unusual strategy. A 4-man totem pole
भाई
waiting on the
रन
stairs
स्किन
for any engagement. The second Concon rounds this corner, he is
हो गया,
gone.
चालू हो
There's no way.
हाँ ये देखते हैं। ओके
Might be underestimating him.
जब
Smoke's
तक
helped
वो
him
ओए
out already. A back and forth, a firing squad, and Lovers Rock on that defensive side. Neon has managed to give them the advantage. Early damage done, rotation already coming back in for support. They're kind of trapped in the corner though, that's the only thing, and it seems like Signed is aware. Paranoia is solid, the slide out, it looked like maybe he could escape. Instead, the trades back and forth, and eventually Kraven's there to close the round. Maybe a little bit closer than they would have liked, but it is the round.
हल्के में ले रहे क्या मेरे को? मैं बोला ना, बोला स्टार्ट मतलब स्टार्ट।
Quick to adapt by just running through it to look for those
Stream
battles
sniper.
together. You can see Concon still getting his kill despite being up against
BBL
the numbers.
2-0.
It does come very close considering
अच्छा
BBL
खेलेंगे
had
क्या?
the right read on that play in terms of the boots on the ground. Right position, right time, the right result. A 1-0 now. Here's where EDG don't have a lot to do.
क्या
They
हो
didn't
रहा
get a
है
plant.
भाई?
There's no chance to really go
प्रोडक्शन
for
को
a convincing force
डब्ल्यू
buy.
की ने भाई ये मैं
Instead,
लिटरली फोन पर
we'll have to play
बात
this as a
कर रहा
full
था
eco.
हेडफोन से।
The main thing for BBL though
मैंने
is
4 के मार
they
दिया
have
मजाक
one
मजाक
pistol.
में। अरे तो
Do not
स्क्रीन
wanna
डब्ल्यू
see
नहीं है
this
भाई,
be
बंदे
anywhere
एड़े मिले ना
near
आपको,
close round.
मुंह पे आ गए सब।
They've already lost the pistol.
Yeah.
चलो बोलो
I guess it's the one player you don't mind losing, but
बैठा हूँ।
ultimately they're losing quite a bit
सबसे
more. This is
streamy
getting a little bit dangerous until LaRock is there to close it out.
sniper.
A bit close for comfort, a bit costly, but it's still their round.
Yeah, I think they lose an SMG, a Marshal, and a Sheriff. It's well, I'll probably pick up the Sheriff. So it's not the end of the world. Definitely,
Yeah.
the problem is though that 2v2.
Time out.
There was a chance for a Bulldog to end up on the floor. But for BBL, a quick start. Indeed, 2-0.
मुझे लगा टाइम
This is where things get
हाँ मैं
interesting.
तुम लोग को
Coming
ये
into
दिखा
a
रहा था,
full
अब
buy
देखना
of
देख।
EDG, LaRock,
ये
2
फेस कैम ना
away
इधर
from a
सेट होती है
showstopper.
देखो।
Lovers Rock as well could have the finger
Are you
guns, and those two ultimates, or even one of them, could make a big difference in a round where there's so many weaknesses. BBL have to play this with all those losses in the last round as a super light buy. Barely anything
यहाँ से
invested.
तुमको सब चीज दिखेगा।
LaRock already close to death.
Oh yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage that's already been done. LaRock almost
वो
gone,
तो आप
Rose
स्ट्रीम
almost
स्नाइपर
gone.
मेरे भाई के
A lot of the
यहाँ
danger of this round seems to have diminished. Maybe if they can give Loiter a gun, that would be nice, but no.
Lana
It's
Kantang
Kantang
मारेगा
just
मतलब
cleaning things up.
ओह
Nice
एक
work
एचपी
from
को मारा
LaRock to at least
उसने।
get one back, but in the meantime, he was just selling a ruse, a push, going through to the other side of the map, and Gianni has already seen
यार
where
मुझे
Loiter
डॉट
is.
क्रॉसर पे
His
खेलना है, मेरे को
survival
पता नहीं
seems
रजिस्टर ही नहीं
impossible,
होता
but he's
क्रॉसर।
managed to teleport back at least a little.
Kraken bought some time.
कभी कभी है,
Moses
कभी
now
कभी
finds
नहीं वाला।
himself a kill. This is a fantastic start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the hard work himself. 1 HP and a Bulldog, a clutch for the ages, and it's not to be. EDG sporting a few bruises though.
क्या
and they
वो
were up
चालू
against
हुआ?
a very light buy. I think BBL
Chat, क्या
keep
वो
their
चालू
heads
हुआ
held
होगा?
high exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal now is to deal with the full buy.
Yeah, they did an unfathomable amount of damage in the first few seconds of the round, and then after that point, plain sailing. But as you said, this is where, if that ult came online last round, it would have been great. Instead, though, it's come online for this one. Operator for Lovers Rock. That was what I was mentioning
about 30 minutes ago. I love his defensive side operator on that neon.
मत करो ना मतलब
Fact is though,
मतलब मैं अकेला रहता तो आप बैठ मेरी ऐसी टांग खींचोगे ऐसे
expended.
गरीब आदमी को लालच दिलाओगे अच्छा लगेगा क्या
Rock, there's the old pop, but Jenny's gonna snipe him out of the sky. Con controls the site, and walking through that smoke was a brave and bold play for Rose. Now 2 versus 5 seconds into the round. You thought the damage last round was impressive. Well, they've basically won this one in the first 20. A save has to be called. When Lovers Rock having an op as well, there's no way you want to throw this in a unwinnable situation.
No, it's crazy how clean that was on entry.
आपका mouse use करता है वो hello
just to be able to get rid of that showstopper because it was super dangerous on entry.
पर हाँ बात तो है
But yeah, Kraken definitely under serious pressure early in the round, and I like it from EDG. A little bit more direct, very aggressive in their stance, and when you have that operator set up on the other side of the map, the fast pace into A could have caused them issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
अच्छा कोई गिफ्ट कर सकता है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है एक्सेप्शन यूपीआई करो तो यूपीआई मिल जाए
2-2 is where we end up for EDG. Denying those weapons won't be possible in the end. So
नहीं मुंह पे सब ला दो ना हमें कुछ दिखाओ ही मत क्या हुआ
they were trying to save, but that was such a quick round from EDG. It's hard to even imagine from BBL's perspective.
अभी रेस गेम पे सेम ही हेलो मेरा लगता है कभी-कभार अल्ट तो लगता है यार
not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3 players onto pistols, it's still a better chance to win than the last round in the 2v5. Sure. But EDG looks set to take the lead here.
You need a
भाई कांगकांग को अपना क्रॉसर कैसे दिख रहा है ओह शॉट
will be the one to do it. Lovers Rock
चुम्मा
able
शॉट
to
भाई
dip in, dip out, get rid of Kankan. Unfortunately, the additional weaponry not really possible, but they've gambled on the other 2 sides of the map. In fact, just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep positioning, pushing in on that flank. Sure, the rotation to the B side is still possible, but that's being watched by Kraken, so they at least have information there. And if LaRock were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down, and with the time ticking in their favor and still solid weaponry, I think EDG is still favored in this spot.
वो लिख क्या था वे planted?
They think he's here, and they certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out. Well, Jenny comes to try to save the game. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is. But Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind the showstopper. Won't kill though. LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Jenny. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through. The operator of Lovers Rock, that flank from LaRock, also just Kraken buying time. Like you mentioned it, like him able to get a kill or 2 in the mix.
EDG China की strongest team है.
3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
Well, we've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well. Looks like EDG want to break through and deal with Kraken, but this time it's not Kraken. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. A C's nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage. And the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Sky Hill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash. Wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play, but it works out. He might die after 1, but he buys the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers even for now, but the attackers have an easy time.
Nobody else.
No matter where they go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2 kills. You know, okay, that was 4 players on the C site. That means there can only be 1 elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall only just getting tripped, but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage.
Don't use Phantom.
However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke.
अरे बाप रे बाप भाई क्रूवन ने कुछ भी मार दिया भाई
on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lovers Rock closes it
Yeah,
down.
11
and
by
again,
round
after
of
a
bro
decent
does not
back
know
and forth, the
EDG who has
recovery
the
is solid from
who has
BBL.
It's just a
top 3 in
fantastic
London.
idea
London?
to come out of the gate with that
London?
aggression. We so often see it, especially the season 8. When it comes to the A site, much more rare to attempt it here. Leaving Rose embedded as well, at least trades out Concon. If he's not there, and instead is in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
Oh, they love this C pressure. And I like the adaptation from BBL to put LaRock there. He wants to try and fight them on it. Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taking a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in! The stinger enough for Concon to find the opener.
सब मुंह पे डाल दे, सब डाल दे मुंह पे.
Has managed to add
अब देखते ही है ना कुछ.
This C-site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save. However, right now, I feel like Lovers Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you've gone up rare, leave. You can't leave now.
He doesn't have the choice.
Yeah, he could have before.
भाई लंदन में कंफ्यूज हो गया मैं कौन सा
they
लंदन
don't
क्या
know
हुई
he's here, and it looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with sign. Oh my God, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's going to be a spam from Signed. Has he got it? So close! No way! Lovers Rock steals the round away!
What the fuck?
This is on a 1v5! I can't believe we've just seen someone 1v5 Ninja Defuse on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
हाय इसलिए मैं अपनी लॉबी में बोलता हूँ एक तो रहो.
Why did they all leave?
Oh my God! Mike पटेगा उसका नाम. Mike कर
what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for 1 extra kills, giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that.
Jesus,
that's utter madness. And well, there's the 1 extra kill to the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave 1 Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down.
I can't believe he won that, man. I can't believe he went for it even. Even just that was crazy.
half time कैसे दिखा रहा है?
EDG have got to be kicking themselves into this round. A man down already.
EWC का यही
BBL
changing up
the setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated. And now EDG are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect LaRock to be stood there. With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They've left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for now.
Pretty hefty advantage.
मेरे को बस एक बार प्रीमोडियम मिल जाए बस. मैं ये बाहुबली तक छोड़ दूंगा चलाना. सिर्फ 24/7 प्रीमोडियम.
Well, there were players watching it. Instead, they've regressed.
कैसा लगा ये में से? अच्छा है, no doubt. मैं थोड़ा आदत बिठा रहा हूँ अभी सुनने का. थोड़ा ऐसा अभी कान से फिसल रहा पता नहीं क्यों.
We'll gift them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2-4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already on their way.
Player किधर पाछवा? Don't tell me ये भी उसी होगा. No.
Searching has found his target. It's easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart at least.
हट गई थी भाई 2 सेकंड के लिए.
The first two.
बढ़िया हुआ एकदम बढ़िया जी. हाँ वो थोड़ा
नहीं है ना. आदत लग जाएगी. हाँ. 6-2.
इसलिए अभी चेंज नहीं करा. मैं हेडफोन्स पहन ही नहीं रहा.
Should have been at least a fight back from EDG, guaranteed. This game has become much more one-sided. Of one little mistake.
मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा पता है? ये मैच खत्म होगा उसके बाद वो मैच चालू होगा. फिर भाई तो पेपर ऐसा कब होगा? परसों.
Those early picks coming through.
from Love as
मुझे तो
well.
डाउट हो रहा है ये लोग ने
Definitely
टाइमिंग
causing
गलत
issues.
लिख
I
दिया
do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that
यार मैंने भी
operator.
स्ट्रगल किया था धीरे-धीरे कान के हिसाब से
It has been
सेट हो हाँ
problematic
वही
to
दिक्कत
try
हो
and
रही है
deal
मेरे को
with.
बस उनका कोच
Either
खेल रहा
way,
है ज्यादा मत बोलो
6 to
EWC
2.
में कोच विंगर बनाया है हटाने और देना बात तो है यार
Attack
लव यू
now have
EWC
themselves to buy. Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost around with
पर
5
वॉइस
players
कैसी लगी
alive.
ज्यादा
That is
डिटेल नोटिस हुई
a rare occurrence.
मेरा वाला ही हाँ आपने जो
It's
भेजा
whether
था
or not
वही
they can
लिया
start
बट मैंने
putting the
अभी वो
rounds
नहीं
on the board,
लिया
and
तो
again, they
मेरे
go
को ये लोग
towards
बोल
the
रहे थे कि
C-side.
DAC
This time,
लोगे
Love
तब
is Rock
ज्यादा
is on that
प्रॉपर
side of
ऑडियो
the map.
आएगा
It's the same setup we've seen.
अभी तो मेरे को
Having
ऐसा
the C's nade, having the op looking for the opening pick.
क्या बोलते
EDG
हैं?
fell
बेस
to this
बोलेंगे
with
या
ease
क्या
last
बोलते
time.
हैं?
Bit more of a fight
वैसे
now
साउंड आ
though.
रही
Good
है अरे
try.
हक दिया
They've
यार
taken Lover's Rock. The C side's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevins covered that gap. Look at the TP though by Loida. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu. Well, he found two to
भाई जो
close out
उसने
the
वो
last
लीको
round before he died.
लोइता
This time it would be enough. Take it across the
ले
line.
भाई 1v1
He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work as bait though, because you're going to almost have assumed that he had it already.
भाई वो
It's a
लोइता का
very,
क्रॉसर
very
देखना
long
मेरे को वो क्रॉसर
rotation
दिखता ही
back
नहीं
from
है
Loiter.
मैं एक दो बार लगा के खेला हूँ
Time
मेरे
will
को
be
समझता
ticking.
ही नहीं है क्रॉसर क्या हाल चाल है आदमी भाई राम राम कैसे हो
Reposition. I think the only problem he might have is
हाँ स्विच
starting
अटेंड
to
कर लो
doubt where his
बस
opponent would be coming from. You go, okay,
बेस
but why is
ज्यादा
he
है तो
taking so long?
पुट
Has he
स्विच
gone all
1
the way in
एंड
towards
2 डाउन
our spawn?
मेरा
Has he gone
चारों
all
को
the way
चारों
around
बंद
the
है अभी
back? He sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing.
जब आया था तो 4 ऑन था
Loiter,
अरे
and in
इधर
the end for
देखना
Chichu, it's all too
हेलो
easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch for Chichu. A much needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja defuse. I genuinely can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja
सामने वाला मोमो
successfully found. I think in the last year,
कौन सा
like
किधर है
one
मोमो
attempt.
Not in a 1v5.
Not in a 1v5,
No.
absolutely not.
Never.
And then you think about, I'm including regional games in that. Then you go to an international stage against a team like this.
पर हेडफोन से तो अच्छा है यार
That is not the kind of mistake
तो नहीं
that
रहता
happens at
और
this
पूरा
caliber.
पसीना नहीं रहता भाई हेडफोन उतारो पूरा इधर कान के आजू बाजू पूरा पसीना
Crazy
रहता है
stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well, for Gianni, the show
मैं
has
ऐसा
worked
खेलता हूँ
out this
ऐसे
time, and the wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap, and well, Kraken ends up with 2.
अरे
Loiter
स्लाइड
only
नहीं
got
मारा
wallbanged.
उसने
Kraken decides he doesn't want to face into the Kankan.
क्या लड्डू भाई राम राम
Honestly,
कैसे हो मेरे स्क्रीन पे दिख रहा है राइट साइड
I don't think many people do.
You start an eco or low buy round, a little bit of aggression, sure, but once you meet that operator, it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught now on to Kraken.
Oh,
Guardian
crazy.
got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first one tap under his belt, but signed puts an end to
क्या scene है
that.
भाई,
6-4
EDG?
now. EDG with a chance to equalize
Huh?
still at the halftime.
भाई
Yeah, it's looking like, especially after the 1v5, potential for BBL to run away with this half, but that potential is slowly slipping away from them. Of course, on a regional standpoint, EDG are normally incredible on that attack side, so I'm interested to see if they're going to have that same sort of caliber on the defense. We've only seen them play the defense, really, versus DRG, who they lost to both times.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा
But of course, it's hard to
मुझे राइट्स अगले साल
doubt
भी चाहिए
these players even without. Nonetheless,
ये देखो इसका क्रॉसर ही दिखता नहीं है भाई
and we're going to see this early aggressive start.
वो थोड़ा नीचे का वो जो है EWC
Actually,
वालों वो
he's
नीचे
going to
हट जाता
continue his
तो
pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia.
फंस गया रे वो
On a tear these last
उस
few
दरवाजे में
rounds.
फंस गया
He's
यार
found the rock.
हट
Self, but EDG
EDG में कोच ही खेल रहा है तो
into a
उनको टाइम आउट नहीं मिले
vulnerable position. Rose is going to cover in the corner.
अरे पर कोच क्यों
Poking
खेल
on
रहा
the
है मेरे को
left,
तो
there's
ये
a wall
ये
in
नहीं
front
समझ
of
आ
him.
रहा
And some thorns to his left. It might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious. Rose lands 2 in a row. A quick double to spike. To wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a
अभी
fight.
ये क्या
Rose
हो
is
गया?
still guarding it in that corner, and he'll catch Con for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall.
भाई पेपर एक्स में ऐसा मत करना यार. पेपर एक्स का मैच चालू कर देना प्लीज EWC. I request you यार.
It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL.
बीसी मैच प्लेयर अवेलेबल नहीं होगा ना. तो कोच खेल लेगा.
Of course 7 to 5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. Kind of what's expected.
थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस करो इनके साथ. क्या एक्सपेरिमेंट करो इनके साथ.
Operator waiting for Kankan. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently holding the operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead, they go back
आपका मैसेज अभी आया है ये.
As of right now,
it's
completely open. It does look like BBL setting up for the retake though.
That it does. I mean, they've got 4 players that have been pushed up on A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside, this attacker side of the map. And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill, trying to make this comfortable for that player. And now the Thorns, the ult going through. No more Thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight through, already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand, and now Sign and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets. They found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu. And Sign is there to close it out. It will be 7 to 5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG not that far behind.
No, another great round coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least 2 or 3.
मुझे लगा टीम मतलब कोई टीम 6 प्लेयर्स लेती है ना तो छठवां खेलेगा बट हाँ भाई ये अभी मैंने
spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7 to 5.
अरे चालू कर लो रे भाई क्यों कर रहे हो यार ऐसे मजाक हो रही है ये क्या लिख रहा है बंदा फिक्स में रोना नहीं होता तब ऐसा होता समझ गया कॉल लगाओ अगर उधर क्या सीन है पूछू क्या पूछो तो बताओ तुम लोग को देखनी है आरआरक्यू की मुझे तो पीआरएक्स देखनी है क्या है भाई
Value, of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it kind of, it definitely, I'm not going to say it's a positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game, and of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment, and going into the defensive side. We'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the
अच्छा पर फॉरेनर जब ऐसा मतलब फॉरेन ऑडियंस जब ऐसे लेने आती है ना ये सब टूर्नामेंट्स में मतलब प्रोडक्शन या किसी की भी भाई बरोबर ये भाई
genuinely it's the last 5 rounds excluding 1. I remember he got like a 2k out of 4, then a 2k clutch, and a 4k to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7 to 5 though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Lee said we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door, and that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trades at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah,
हाँ ना थोड़ा
they did
BT ये
pretty well
देखो
there.
एक तो भाई ये YouTube का जो glitch है मुझे समझ नहीं आता भाई
I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right click a guy down to 8 HP, through half of the bullets hitting the wall. Yeah, that's how the classic works. There you go. That's all you need.
I was thinking that.
They've grouped up. Bar one player. That one player's Kankan. I'll allow it.
अरे क्या है यार ये
Safe enough
ये
pair
क्या
of hands
सीन
if
है
he's on his
चैट
own. Yeah. Also.
क्या करूं मैं इनका अरे विल बी बैक नहीं रे भाई अरे भाई अगली क्रॉस सिस्टम खराब है यस
They
हाँ
have to
क्या
make this a very
भाई
dangerous series
इतना
for
बकचोदी
EDG.
Yeah, that's Loiter.
फालतू एस बंद रखा करो फालतू टैब्स भी अरे दो ही तो चीज खुला है
Pistols under their belts as well. And
ये
I
डिस्कॉर्ड
agree
से
with
क्या
you.
होएगा
I thought
चालू भी
that
नहीं है
Loiter
लो
would be
बंद
dead.
कर दिया लो अब बाकी सब तो पीसी वाला ही है
To rights. The fact he gets two while
और
on
ये
eight-
बफर दिमाग का भरोसा कर रहा मेरा
lead extended. Come on. That was right. With a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Lovers Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields, so
Exactly.
I'm incorrect.
एम छोटा करो बेंचू अरे इतना छोटा तो है क्या आज का सब खराब कर रहे हो
I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant
Okay, do
no
better.
player on the defensive side
Do
has
better.
shield.
Come on. Try harder.
Sorry,
इतना
yeah, my
छोटा
bad.
तो है और
I
कितना
thought
और
he had a
कितना
shield
करो
beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody and it's an annoyance. Something,
और
someone,
छोटी
and
करनी क्या
nobody. God damn it. Well,
Sound like a hater.
it should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes
Player
up against
strategy-
is a
अरे वो तो
sniper
बहुत
on the
ही
other
छोटा हो
side.
जाएगा
In the
भाई।
hands of Kankan, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
Looking to come in on
अभी वापस लाइव पे
that
दबाऊंगा
flank
तो
position, but it does seem like the attackers have now
दबाओ लाइव पे
sort of realized that flash has left Rose so
हाय 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 हाय
again a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a fourth. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Kankan in the back from the corner on C long, so he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL though, and now is where we basically need to see the breakback from the side of EDG. Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in.
I like that. It's kind of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've
भाई पता है
invested
ये लोग का
decently.
स्ट्रीमिंग
3
क्लियरिटी भी
rifles
कुछ
at
दिक्कत है
Guardian,
भाई ये
which
1080
is
नहीं
another
दिख रहा
rifle.
भाई
I say rifles, I mean these ones.
ये
The big
720p
boys.
ही दिख रहा है पर
Vandal up
Oh,
close,
hello.
not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
मरा
The good
मर
name.
हाँ
for the
बच गया
cover. Equally as good.
Yeah, with 4 HP.
Nice shot already.
गॉड भाई
Onto Kankan as well. Leaves just 2 standing.
अरे क्या है
Dave call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wolf assigned. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup. Again, that's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. And Rose has gone down to the spike. Well, he was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffused earlier. Yeah, this round as well, where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen them stand up all too much so far, but hey, there's plenty more room
seats
to the
are so
series.
comfy.
Exactly. There you go. Sponsors gonna love that one. That was a great hit.
Yeah.
We've planned out a few of these for the day, so
Oh
don't
yeah,
you worry.
definitely.
Yeah. What's next on the script? Well, 10-5, BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this. We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to blame on the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up. It's very low buy as well.
सारी
This
चीजें
one,
बंद करो,
Chichu,
तभी पूरा
understandably,
इंटरनेट
is the
यूज
man with the
होएगा
rifle.
जिसमें यूज करना
That's the other problem. That
पर
wall's
मेरा
getting
कुछ है ही
kicked for
नहीं
free.
मैं तो डिस्कॉर्ड ही में ऑन रखता हूँ बाकी तो वो तो डिफॉल्ट ऑन रहता
Definitely
है
posturing for this A hit. They've
अब
allowed
विंडो
EDG to
सिक्योरिटी
know
ये
it.
सब तो
All the
ऑन ही
info
रहता
there
ना
for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the bay. They're ready.
एनवीडिया
for
ऑन करता हूँ
Kankan's
क्योंकि
push.
माइक चलता है उससे
Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash.
अरे
Signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Again, he has his nade primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu, with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon. Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest.
भाई उस दिन मैंने
That
ऐसा मारा
allows for
उसने
that
मेरे को शेरी
rotation.
चिपका दिया भाई
All the way back to the other side of the map and a post
3 बंदों के बीच में पीक लिया एक को भी नहीं लगा शेरी मेरे को पड़ गई उल्टा यार कुछ चीजें बंद हो सकती है
Almost getting caught. But he's on the right
बंद
agent
तो सब हो
for it.
सकता है
Quickly able to slip away. Back to the C site. They know the Outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida as the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around, they double swing, take Signed down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time
अबे
against
बंदा है पे पीछे आवाज आ रहा है कोई चिल्लाया ना
confirms it. A big lead for
अच्छा यही लोग
BBL.
चिल्ला रहे हैं
And honestly,
किसी का नॉलेज
I'm
नहीं
surprised
भाई
to not see
इतना
like a
नॉलेज नहीं
pause
है भाई
coming through from EDG, even
अपन
just to
बकचोदी करते
to
हैं
settle
इतना
the
कुछ
nerves.
याद नहीं रखते भाई
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like,
अपना
okay,
काम
just
हो रहा है
go
ना
with the
उसमें
flow. Let's learn.
ये जो हो रहा था ये उसके जैसे हो
a
रहा था
little bit
ऐसा
of
बोल
our
रहे
own
क्या
weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a
वो
lot
जो
of the
buffer हो
mistakes
रहा
have
था
been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and
अरे
things that I
यार
don't think you necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by 1 or 2. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. He tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Kankan. But we need another to pull them back into this round.
और किसी से
No, the
होगा
problem being with plenty of members to this attacking
भाई मुझे
side,
तो
they
लगा
don't need
वाइट
to
का
worry all
नीचे
too
कुछ
much about rotating that player through, about moving
Careful.
Loida, but the flank coming through is a big
आजा भाई
problem.
और किस वजह
Signed
से होगा हैं?
has not been spotted. They seem to have
भाई
no
मुझे तो लगा
idea
वाइट
that he
ही
even
यूज
can
होएगा
be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah.
Right in
but
the
अब
nick
दो
of
राउंड
time
भी
as
देख
well.
ही
I
लेते
think
हैं
that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Kankan. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction, but then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's
पार्टी अगली
the
तब
biggest
होगा ना
threat
जब
in the
सारा
server most of the
नेट
time.
उसको जा रहा है
And
एंड
that's
वो
the
उससे
moment that
अटक
gives
रहा
the
है
Signed the opportunity to strike. 11-6. A break back after 4 in a row. But this is the first of many.
ऐसे भी हो सकता है
Or a blip.
Oh!
Having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4. Damage to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper does for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu, one away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C, and then
कर तो
plant.
सकता है ना 1v2 है
This is turned
आप
into
मत
a
लगाओ
much
दिमाग
more
आप
dangerous
बेस्ट बुद्धि
round.
ही हो
Goes. There's the orb.
अबे भाई तुम लोगों को पता नहीं ऐसी ही होती है
Does
भाई
seem like this has been thought of though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so
अरे
ahead
वो
of the
तो आ
game.
गया उधर
He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes with a plan, you thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half, if not for him, and it would have been a game over. Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again. But the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. Yeah, get rid of one of Larocque's weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps the advantage. The Nitro has been so good in quick succession. Both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far. But they need him to win this one.
Crept up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, Larocque.
Oh, bhai.
By nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. But the win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a bit more shaky after you full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end. You mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a full force RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can get this one over the line. Because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where, hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map. You'll start to feel pressure.
And for BBL, we already mentioned it, winning this map, having
अरे तो फेड पहला तो उसने फेड को ही मारा.
It could set them up.
रेस की बात कर रहे तो उसके दिमाग में आया होगा कि वो ऊपर से चढ़ के जाए शायद.
Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there.
वो भी हो सकता है.
Or how high up the
तो मैं उसको क्रॉसिंग में पकड़ूंगा ना.
can go.
पहले ही ऐसा बाहर खड़ा होता.
I see the fist bumps from BBL. Their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said, lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well.
पता नहीं मैं अपन इतना बोलते हैं कि अरे ऐसा करते वैसा करते. साला जब अपन खेलते अपना दिमाग कुछ काम नहीं करता.
And on this team, that's bloody impressive.
Well, even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Khan. So definitely a little bit more vulnerable. Okay. See you later, Larocque.
All because of that clutch, you know? Wouldn't have had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there. But not nobody. Khan in position, waiting, had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's just going to fall back.
Another this time the trade is there. It's Rose, quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all up to Kraken. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good flash! And now a 1v1. Surely not for Kraken. But the spike is down.
Bro, don't tell me bhai ye marega.
From a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kraken playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kraken, it's been
अरे
so
क्यों देख रहा
long,
उधर?
doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. There to close the round. It is close to an all-time clutch for Kraken with 5 HP, but it is still the streak of rounds going. Now again, it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Kankan is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Gianni having another big round on the Raze. Of course, as I said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this. He's looking fairly comfortable.
अबे BBL का jersey change हो गया ना?
Corner, shame that there was no utility for Kraken. Make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side, but for Larocque, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes through and he finds Larocque. How? I don't know how he survived. Got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL okay. They'll deal damage to Jenny, but the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry dissipating. A heal onto Gianni as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kraken is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kraken, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Kankan. That operator's still in hand. Well, he's not been having the best of games individually.
भाई बुरा लगा भाई उसके लिए वो रेस को देख के मारा यार.
The second player would be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Kankan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team in the form of VDG that looked completely
they come in front and like
so many basic
camp in front of one picking a cheeky angle haramzades.
But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down and another timeout, the second for BBL being called, and quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards Ascent? It's like, well, if you can have Kankan with an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. And that's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of G2 up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too. Right now,
by the way, EWC है क्या actually ये esports World Cup है. जैसे Masters और ये सिर्फ वो है ना, like सिर्फ valorant है. EWC is like wholesome. मतलब हर एक games के top ये होते हैं.
Such a massive advantage.
क्या बोलते हैं?
I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause.
2,
so
yeah.
I think it is.
अरे सब नहीं होते यार.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back in.
मतलब हर country से अपने best player, best teams आती हैं.
Right away, Larocque said no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with one, but still a man advantage for BBL. Now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home.
आर्क भाई क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम, कैसे हो? बस जी
in a 1v4
दिखता है शायद सब आपके यहाँ और कुछ पता ही नहीं होता. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मैं हूँ ना बताने के लिए. थोड़ा बहुत जो मेरे को पता है.
A replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability 6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. You can't
that
use
was a big ult.
3 high-impact ults in 1 round. And okay, sure, Larocque got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chi-Chu. Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden
आ
didn't really do
जाएगा
anything
नहीं
other than
OT
slow
तो
one
अब तो
player
possible
down
है
at least a little bit.
ठीक
But
है
it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here
OT
and
जा
there.
सकता है बे
Oh, an immediate four-player aggression. Can't 1
भाई
for
क्या
1.
मारते भाई
The nade won't quite kill off Loiter, and after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response
Ye
from the
Pirosh?
attack to go back the other way.
Konkon's dealt with, Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read.
भाई मेरे को जेट
The
का
push
अल्ट
coming his
सीखना है
way.
यार
Now a lot of utilities making its way in, and in a moment's time, you're going to see
मेरे को
Lovers
जेट का
Rock
अल्ट बहुत मन करता है
looking for
मतलब
that
जेट
opening
खेलने
on
का
the
मन
up.
करता है
For
मेरा
Sign. Oh, yeah, I
पर
think he's
जेट
going
का
to walk
अल्ट
into
ही
it.
खेलना
Oh!
ओह
Lovers Rock walks
शॉट
into
भाई
him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The
भाई
danger
एक गिरा
averted.
बस
12 to 11. We're going the distance no matter what.
अब रुको आपसे
So I
बाद
mentioned
बात
it.
करता
You
हूँ
get
पहले
rid of
आर्क
the
बाइस पे कर
ultimates, and that round, even the
ठीक है
last
आर्क
one
बाइस
might
पे
have
कर
not
लो
gone their way.
कर लो आर्क बाइस पे कर लो
And that is not how they would have hoped for that one to go. The individual stepping up. That's it. Signed 12 and 14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So as said, it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL. Some of the best aimers you'll ever see, and while they're going to try and play off that now, Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're signed. He's now leveled up. 14 to 14.
क्या बोल रहे थे बंद भाई
At
क्या बोल रहे
OT,
थे
well,
नियो की कमबैक
it almost
ओवर
feels
टाइम जाएगा
inevitable
तो
at this
मजा
stage.
आएगा कुछ
Loida might be able to get some
अरे
work done, but
अच्छा
nobody is
खासा खेल रही
sneaking
थी यार
up on his
BBL
left, and he has no idea. Great shot from
अटैक में
nobody.
इनका
And with
बीट ही हो
Sign
गया
on a 3K overtime locked in, EDG. They, like, I can't
Overtime
stress
गया
enough
ना,
how
एक part
out of
से
this
देख के
game
आता
they
हूँ
looked at a certain
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
The mistakes they were making were
फिर भी राइट बैक वाला भी तो
unforgivable. Like
देखना
for
पड़ेगा ना ब्रो
BBL,
अपने
I
को
could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side, and now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's
can I-
looking a whole lot better.
I want to go the other way with it. BBL win both pistols. They win,
एक
I think,
टाइम
2
में दो
rounds off
मैचेस
of
कुछ
straight
जब
BS.
समझा ही नहीं भाई
And now
मेरे
they've
को
gone to OT. This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map,
Also.
and now they are in overtime. Like, the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they
एक
lose
दिन में
from
8-8
here,
टीम्स खिलाने का
I'm
ये
not
था
gonna lie,
भाई
it's a little
कमबैक वो होता है
embarrassing.
जिसमें
Yeah, you come into
नीचे
Ascend
वालों
with a different mind frame.
नीचे वाली
and
टीम
the
जीते
quasi advantage you might have thought
अरे
of for
कमबैक ये
BBL
होती है कि
earlier,
भाई
that
अगर वो
hometown
11 है
hero
या
when it comes
12 है
to
और हम 5 पे और हम 12-12
province
हो
of
गए
Turkey.
उसको कमबैक बोलते हैं
But
जीतना थोड़ी कमबैक होती है
you come in after a
कमबैक
loss
वो
like
होती है
this, and I'm
विक्ट्री
not
वो
sure
होती है
that matters
जीतना
at all. Confidence will take a knock. For EDG, a slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense. So they wait. And now,
नहीं कमबैक
push
कमबैक
comes to
होती है
shove, and that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage.
अरे किधर
Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
Can't go with an attack side operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready
EDG जीतेगा देख
to
लेना
trade him.
मैंने कहा मैं जिसमें तुम जीतना पाओ अरे कमबैक होती है 12-12 हम आए उसके बाद आगे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है पर कमबैक अच्छा
EDG
किया
have just completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to no information.
EDG popped
The
off.
corner being flashed by
Actually,
the way.
attack में
Make sure
BBL
there's
थोड़ी
nobody
choke
there.
हो गई.
Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant
बट कर तो सक अरे अब
and an advantage extending even further, the lead looking like it's going to be taken, and the Hubert Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it, and it is all but over. 13 to 12 now. EDG, after being an insane deficit,
जीत गए
now
देखे ना
on map point.
जीत
And
गए
even this defensive round,
Comeback
it
जीत के
doesn't
ही
have
होता
that
है
same flair as what we saw in the
कमबैक
first
होता
half.
है
The pressure they
विक्ट्री
were putting
जीतना
on the
कमबैक अलग
extremities,
होता है
the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoes on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. As said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every
अच्छी बात है,
half
वो लोग तो आपका
under their
streamer है।
belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go onto a set. EDG's map
अरे
pick,
यार
often a
वो फिर
hometown
कमबैक
map for
अरे
any
वो
Turkish
victory
team.
comeback अलग है,
Go
ये
in
comeback
there
अलग है।
after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage.
गजब बात करता है।
I think they just noticed he knifed the Prowler. It might be Kong with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
नशा हो रहा है। भाई बहन बुद्धि को कौन बताए? अरे कास्टर चुप हो गए। समझ ही नहीं आ रहा वो लोग क्या बोले।
Gonna try and take back that space towards C. Khan in
Khan
position
मारा
once
है।
again, and of course he doesn't miss.
जीत
the
गए
shot.
EDG। EDG जीत गए, easy है।
Leaves.
Easy as fuck, EDG won।
And the C site executes failing, but with
अरे
the
नहीं इधर
advantage
मिल गए इन
over,
लोगों
that
को।
definitely makes things a lot more
अरे ये तो देखा ही
interesting.
नहीं।
The A site is completely under their control. Before they had signed
side
on that side of the map. This gives BBL a pretty good opportunity.
It is क्या लात मारेंगे comeback होता है।
Coming through. Could be onto LaRock, still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant. And look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam. It was looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Concon. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes into the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat bow. BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
The back and forth continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an
उसने
even
smoke
playing
में
field
मारा
once
वो।
again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back to overtime.
और वो single
But it
bullet
seems
मारा।
like BBL still have some fight within them.
ट्रैकिंग
No
दागी तुक्का
surprise the Concons invested back into that operator
समझा नहीं
once
POV
again.
भी नहीं दिखाया था। आपको बोलने
Defenders.
आया क्या आपको बोलना नहीं था EDG जीत गई।
Looking to re-aggress.
EDG ही जीतेगी देख लेना।
Concon is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players
नहीं।
already on the walk-up.
मैं किसके साइड हो रहा हूँ?
Same space take from BBL. This time without the C's in play. A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow him to push through to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A. A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds, but they don't know about Rose. BBL are setting traps on each extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock has walked up. He's hearing the steps into B now. He knows the plan. The Ryzer! But the shots don't land. That was a huge play, perhaps round winning. The BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
They can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The
अरे
paranoia.
मार ले हेलो।
That's the advantage.
One tap.
One tap.
Nobody waiting in position. Kraken, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory. But still, Concon and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL. They need one more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
आपने मेरे को इनसे कंपेयर किया लव यू मेरे भाई मन भाई।
It looked like
ये हुई बात।
a complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime.
Chop.
It was LaRock having a fantastic round. Finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. You can see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up. Where we've seen someone playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross.
nobody there.
All too easy for those initial openers, and
अरे क्या भाई पहला मैच इतना जाएगा?
off rip.
रंबी को देख के नहीं तो आयरन हैंड का
somebody
इन्वेंशन
over
हुआ
on
था।
the EDG side if they're going to turn
रंबी
this
को
round
देख
back.
के ही आयरन
Yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes made by BBL. Oh, yeah, you're just about going to
1
survive that on 1 HP,
Okay, yeah, never mind.
Concon goes
I was
back.
about to say, Concon doesn't miss.
Yeah.
बात
No, he
नहीं।
doesn't. He hit both shots.
लोलिता भाई।
And now signed. Waiting on the side. Flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped and signed. Under pressure from that right side, the off of Lover's Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14-14. Another overtime needed.
Yeah, just bear in mind, guys, this is map 1 of the entire tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
You have to wonder, though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've got another teammate.
They looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
But 20 assist and nobody there. अरे फिर इनकार चलो भाई ये ट्विच पे नहीं हो रहा क्या? हाँ
14
ये ट्विच पे नहीं हो रहा क्या?
Only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL.
मैच मेरे को ट्विच पे नहीं दिख रहा यार. ग्रम भाई आप डायमंड से कब बैकअप करोगे प्लैटिनम में?
A little bit more.
पता नहीं यार. Platinum में?
Tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kraken just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
And EDG still spread thin. The Spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before. The jump spots there. Hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out one, now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been 2.
Rose भाई 2 तो मारते.
At least for BBL, it's just a one-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotates in just in time. And Kraken are here to hold the line. The early flank from Larocque, but Concon just keeps ripping them to shreds. It's EDG with the lead again, and another chance to close this out.
भाई वो चिल्ला रहा उसका माइक सही कराओ ना यार. कचर आवाज आ रहा है यार.
It's a lot of time has been one and done. This is him finding a player with a clash.
अरे at least 2 भी मारता चलता.
Finding another couple and then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier things become. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead at the top of the board? He's now third.
Concon was 15-15. So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount. And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent. The Rock tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement. Oh my god, Lover's Rock is going so fast. And he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And another under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. That makes it even more impressive. Yeah, he has had an awakening. But this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4 with an op. You gotta think he's got no chance.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting for an additional kill. They do not. He's still going to get one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this point. Close out with a 4K.
भाई उसको थोड़ी सी टाइम मिलती ना वो भी मारता भाई.
Closing out the round.
यार यार एज एन एजेंट ही हटाओ इसके. भाई बहुत भगम भाग है यार. उसको कितना नर्फ करेगा भाई. एक्चुअली उसमें नर्फ करने में कुछ नहीं है पता है. वो सब ये तो फालतूगिरी है भाई. उसका ये एक नर्फ किया ना स्पीड नर्फ किया. वो है वही. कुछ नहीं नर्फ कर सकते उसमें भाई.
You think so? Tom, we've had some long games in our past. We've had some lengthy affairs.
उछल के साला दिमाग खराब कर दिया.
Yes, they
were. Not this iteration of it, but it was BBL.
Agent,
especially with Ascent coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but
भाई मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ भाई अब जब भी मैं वैलोरेंट खेलूंगा भाई मैं वैटो खेलना चालू करूँ यार. वैटो कुछ क्रेज भी कर दिया ना.
Again, of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, that the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work
Veto तो बोलते VT तो है वो. Veto बोलेंगे क्या? Veto बोल रहे हो?
Has bought a judge.
Vato.
Naturally, and he's going to find
ये
success
देखो
with it as
भाई
well. Now, if Jenny
देखो.
hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard.
भाई
and
उसने
I'll be
40 में
very
भाई
surprised.
जज लिया उसने.
That's an upsetting
हैं?
way to have the OT round kick off right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught
भाई
Kraken.
ये तो
He's
गया.
stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Kraken's found himself too.
दो मारा, 3 मारा. अरे उसने 2 मार दिया उधर कैसे भाई?
Yeah, I think that might have actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had IGL
अब से बोले वाटो
waiting for them to come through. They killed him.
वाटो बोल रहे हो कि वेटो बोल रहे हो?
Walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate, and then Kraken just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15, as said. We've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Konkon's been the one to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait for them to walk in, but this one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more, and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lover's Rock finding sign seems to have sealed the deal. The A-side planned on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
Still so tough to break in. Flash ready and raring to go. On the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position, though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek, and that's what they do. Once again, his opponent TP.
Oh my god, bro!
The time looking like it's going to be as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
I said it, and nobody's been there in the crucial moments. And Chichu, again, he is digging deep for this team. Everyone talks about Konkon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go. How many
as well, that's the crazy thing. He had like 20, or was it 17 kills in the first half. Yes. Went missing for a bit and then goes, oh, you guys need me again. Cool.
It was like those last 5 rounds in the second half turned it up to another level to keep them alive. And he's done it again. Map point. And up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run. And indeed, wasting bodies case. Konkon, he's found his first already. Rose catches. Oh, he doesn't catch the wraparound. Jenny's left on 7 HP somehow.
How the fuck is he alive, bro?
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lover's Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario. Well, nobody's there to close it out. And swings and roundabouts once again, the back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up.
How, bhai? Wo kaise bacha, bhai?
Wo no one from where. And ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows That should have been his kill, but also who knows this map is slipping away now. EDG 17 to 16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row. In the same overtime, I mean 30 and 31 technically. And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time. And this time another missed shot, but that was a harder one.
Oh, already a much faster paced take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards side, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Also with paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 2v or 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
Leaving Lover's Rock behind Roman, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make the way back to the site. Hard to find value with the up breaking through, but he finds it in the choke points. With the rock down, it's Rose left, and not for long. EDG, they dug deep and delivered map number 1.
It's insanity.
भाई पता है क्यों जीती? वो नियॉन जब ट्री पुश कर रहा था ना, इधर मेन से कोई गया ही नहीं भाई, दोनों को मार सकता था, उधर स्काई को भी और जेट को भी.
That Concon is just able to sit there like a turret from above.
That was a W game, bro. That was a W. Will be right, bro. It means like match. Music. I know. अरे यार क्या बंदे यार भाई. इधर वॉचिंग बॉडी होगी ना. हाँ इधर वॉचिंग बॉडी होगी ना, इधर गेम खत्म हुआ तो ब्रो. एक्चुअली भाई क्या सीन है भाई ये. अब इधर भी हो रहा. अच्छा ये तो वही चैनल है ना. वेनम भाई कहाँ है? वेनम भाई किस खेलते हैं?
सॉरी एलिमिनेशन में जाएगी, माय बैड. एलिमिनेशन में जाएगी जो भी टीम्स हारती है यहाँ एलिमिनेशन. तो भाई सीधा एलिमिनेशन गेम आ जाएगा तुम्हारा. You can't lose more than 2. ये वही वाला VCT वाला ही सेटअप है, स्विच स्टेज जैसा कि आप 2 से ज्यादा गेम्स नहीं हार सकते. RRQ 100Thieves में जो भी जीतता है वो विनर्स ब्रैकेट में जाएगा. BBL और EDG में जो भी जीतेगा वो भी विनर्स ब्रैकेट में जाएगा. RRQ. चालू हुआ कहाँ है भाई?
अरे तो चालू कराओ ना.
चालू हुआ किधर है? RRQ स्पैम कर रहे थे, क्या मिलेगा भाई? It is not
RRQ.
सब्सक्राइब मारो बे.
वापस करो सब्सक्राइब. भाई I don't think so. PRX का आज होगा मैच, मुझे नहीं लगता. क्या बोलते हो चैट, आज होगी क्या? अबे ये क्या हो गया? आज होगी क्या मैच PRX? मुझे तो पॉसिबल नहीं लग रहा. दिखा तो है बे. मुझे तो लग रहा है कल पे पोस्टपोन कर देंगे ये. अबे पर समझ नहीं आया ये. पहला मैच तो RRQ वर्सेस 100Thieves था, तो इसको ही चालू होना था ना पहले. ये कैसे चालू हो गया पहले? अगर अलग अलग टाइम पे भी करना था तो व्हाट भाई. अबे ये भी कुछ चालू हो रहा ना VCS से. क्या है VCL? क्या है ये? EWC की मर्जी. अरे ऐसे थोड़ी होती है यार. अपना भी वो चालू हो रहा ना. स्टेज 2 16 जुलाई से है। जी का कब है? 23 जुलाई। चलेगा, पिन कर लूंगा मैं। भाई इसके ऑफिशियल राइट्स कैसे मिलेंगे मुझे? मुझे इसके भी ऑफिशियल राइट्स चाहिए। कैसे लाऊं? कोई सुनना ले, सुनना ले, कोई सुनना ले, कोई सुनना ले, सुनना ले, कोई सुनना। धीरे धीरे बोल, कोई सुनना ले, सुनना ले, कोई सुनना ले।
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know that Ascent and a Turkish team.
Oh, yeah.
It's a hell of a long map for that one. And especially considering that both Kankang and Lovers Rock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams, because we did see BBL play in Ascent during the qualifiers. And we saw them playing with the deadlock. I want to see if that we're going to see that again. And most importantly, what is EDG going to be doing? Are we going to see something very vanilla, very boring?
6 प्लेयर्स के साथ खेली
Because of the
EDG।
situation that they're in.
रोज तो EDG की तरफ था।
For both of them, like, what would
अरे
you
मारेगा
do
रे
to
दूसरे मैच।
experience
दूसरा मैच कौन सा था?
what
कौन सा मैच है अभी?
would you go
फ्रैक्चर।
for? Okay, we're gonna play it
यार आपको ऐसा गुदगुदी होता है क्या ईयरफोन निकालने के बाद? मेरे को होता है यार, पता नहीं क्यों।
You know that they got something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game 1. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment. It is that GSL format.
समझ नहीं आता क्यों होता है।
So you know, they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps, but I don't.
ए धीरे धीरे बोल, कोई सुनना ले, कोई सुनना ले।
I will storm that stage myself.
What if it's a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see a chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kong Kong. Like, also, like, he holds everything. What about it? Cheeky Yoru?
No.
Okay.
You lost me. You lost me.
Sorry, मैं आया भाई। दोनों भाई हगास आ रहा है जोर से।
EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that.
But that's
Now
exactly something that they're not going to expect. But you are right.
They won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the 4th most played map here for EDG on Ascent. I feel for BBL because they had him on the ropes, right? You were just a couple of rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout at 11-8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many rounds in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the league year and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. You know, we've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of valorant. It's a question of composure.
Right.
And we know, we've seen them have success over in EMEA. It's not like it's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out, because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations, because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kuku.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one also because of the bar that we were speaking about, that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They try to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because, trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it, but Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, you know, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want, okay? So Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset!
Exactly!
That's what we want to see,
There's a
people.
plan. You need to plan.
Waka waka.
As they are getting ready for Agent Select. As again,
Sama करेगा इस टाइम वो अपनी का
vote to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks, because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're going to playing in a different role.
That's true.
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock, because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely
and I
not.
think
मेरे को तो लग रहा थर्ड मैप जाएगा भाई.
hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where they had everything in their favor, winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming through.
Oh, a chamber! Okay.
It's getting spicy for EDG.
And the
on that chamber. And I love the sage. See, no, you asked me, Kakuka, do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I
They're not
love
afraid.
this.
But on the side of
Chicho
BBL...
on Sage, oh God. Okay, seriously, I want this to be an absolute stump from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half. They have to attack into Cypher deadlock without much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality, only the solo duelist. So I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double senti of BBL to be able to build up some numbers, put a real stop to EDG.
Yeah, again, this is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL, alongside RRQ and 100Thieves, which will play later on. You want to get that great start here, and for EDG, they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition that is exciting. It's changing things up. As you said, it's been banned. Ascent has been their ban, and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race.
And
the Omen, and it's going to be Signed who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what he's going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage. Especially for them on the attack will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plan and then just play for the post plan. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know though, from that post plan, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already 1 map win here for China.
They
had 2 map wins overall, all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into Ascent, EDG and BBL.
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was, I think we might be in for a long day. But Kakuka says she wants to see a blowout for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the desk, and now Bayer's starting to do it too. I feel like there's a full conversion coming in. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We were worried about the entrying in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
Rock and Loida with it all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but said he's going to grab the easy one. Confirmed the kill, 3 under his belt already, and Laroc with it all to do. Should be impossible. 1-0 for EDG, and this pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side, as you heard from Big Time. This first half is going to be crucial for BBL, playing the double senti. Now, look, we've seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve, but I think especially with Deadlock, that double sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit. This is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to... Normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are always pretty deadly when it comes to that defensive side. Already, Kankan has managed to walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collat. It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect. And another ult that's building up now is the run it back.
Of course, Kankan is the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play in the form
A
very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Kankan really sealed the deal without any danger, exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way. The first two rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A buy for both teams and a strong third round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full buy here. McConkon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's
nice.
Over aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with one.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape. And now the contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The smart guy, which has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose,
he has to get something.
There's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It should be free, and he gets nothing.
Throwing net.
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem. And also, they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan wrapping around the back, and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well...
A lot of credits. No ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them.
Wait,
so now they're built up for this round. And there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Back into a slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, then they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. Not to remember, but it is around for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kraken there. He should have even gotten more, and then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So the important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him, it's all three. Oh. The Rock. Annihilation is available. But it's picking a time to use it that'll be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward.
Bhai,
Rose
crazy.
will be the one to find the kill.
Crazy,
Roser
bhai.
in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit
One
of
of the
time to
strongest
get
agent
going,
लगता है मेरे को
this
तो
one
deadlock
will
bhai.
be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong in the defense.
और बंदे अगर
Why Big Time was talking about
बाकी
how
side
important this
hold
first
करे
half
तो
will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well. And then that deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a sonic sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee up for Loida to slam dunk at home. And then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off Larocque's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take. Again, though, that sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear Larocque. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage.
भाई deadlock की side में ज़रा मुश्किल है भाई बहुत.
And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's
पर मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा ये बंदा शॉट क्यों नहीं मार रहा कंदस के लिए.
for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that
And
choke
mid is
point.
covered.
या वो अलग लगा रहा है.
Yeah, but no risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lover's Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of sight, he can just ignore it, or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work.
भाई मार के रख दिए भाई ये तो. हैं?
And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lover's Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lover's Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, what, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get the kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind, back behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL had a lot to fall back on because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2 that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopping block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lover's Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side, and that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, Headhunters on Concon's basically an extra
अब इधर
rifle
कैसे
every
चढ़ते हैं? मैं भूल गया.
round.
उधर
Raz
से
online
कूद के
for
ना.
Chichu might bring Concon back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
So your strategy is basically pass to Will. Pass to.
Oh. I know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Kraken to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but very, very slowly. Initial contact on B. 3 players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems. When you no, it's not! In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. RRQ was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are
crazy shot, boy.
rather than doing any damage. Concon with 2 Kraken. He's trying to save the day though. The problem is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there. Yeah, I was about to say that would just be sending that player into the wolves. Instead, space is being taken. Concon's retrieved the gun. The res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively. And he's been spotted, rotating in towards that A side. But being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Concon goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. An op on the retake as well. Lover's Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Concon in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Kraken's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lover's Rock there for both of the final kills, but a big round from Kraken.
Crazy chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Concon. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Kraken just turns the round on its head. Mr. Impact himself saving them once again, and it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in the second half on a defensive side, but I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica mola. We'll be taking a breather, but what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
it's not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although, ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan.
Intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those sentinels. Kraken, not so much with the utility.
I don't know
no more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we got to talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear the... There could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall.
In
a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate. And now we've got info for it. But that was a different approach up against an eco. And I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG do still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you were sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and
But genuine tech boss भी होना चाहिए ऐसा
Even
है.
just again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lovers Rock, it makes me quite happy because I think we talk about the pressure put on to players to perform immediately, and when Yoro was nerfed, it was clear that he had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the best, definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change. And that has definitely taken some time. We saw some vulnerable, some weak performances when it came to the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end. And I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator, and especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up, gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot, oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lovers Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
Okay, they got smokes again. Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might send a player in, they get traded, res them, you have an advantage. In this case, no advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far, been a rough map for Gianni. He was looking very good in the previous. Oh, this is a different task, and Loiter has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind, Lovers Rock also then finds another pick. The remaining 2 are in some serious trouble. I think the net catching one, and Rock finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches, but this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive. Get back to how we like to play the game. And as I said, after finding 3 rounds in a row off the back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have.
Is this, I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
In regulation,
oh, actually,
then.
It could have been because they get them back in OT, so it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
You're right.
I think we didn't see that
certain.
one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side.
During
but even when they were
regulation,
very
we saw
far
2,
down,
yeah.
I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem. And it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with, bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
Well, barriers up again after the timeout. Round number 9. Someone that to take the lead. Lovers Rock. Not going to hit to start with it. Going back in. Flash. Well done for Sign to at least get them around that corner, but this madman is going in once more.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
It's
He's
an eco,
punished
bro.
massively. This is again exactly. It's against
भी आ गया.
pistols.
देख तो रहा हूँ.
Close rows if you're a madman. They've allowed a flank again. What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay.
Oh my God.
Short against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just pull it off to bed. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with, but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear.
Are.
And that leaves Kraken on this site alone, under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate, and he goes for the player behind, hoping that maybe the second phase, I don't mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything else in the round.
I think he even realized, I'm going to get traded here no matter what,
I
so I might as well kill
a
the guy that won't come back.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense. It's the right call. But yeah, this I think just call a timeout if you're BBL. Because what the hell was that? You have I can't believe a triple peak.
Well, also
not 3 players,
the third one.
3 peaks back to back.
Okay, I still don't like it, but if he was full HP and he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on, so he was like,
he had 45 HP, I think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's crazy. To try and attempt it.
To then push short as a response after to also leave the space during that fight for a mid flank to then push short. It's actually the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Kahan?
No way, he did.
Okay. Well, that looked like a really cool play and a cool setup, but it hasn't worked. Trading. Jenny's just traded himself.
Oh no,
not so much. He'll be would have been the dead. And a 3 versus 2.
ओडी नहीं रहती तो शायद मर जाता. ओडी नहीं रहती तो मर जाता. विश्वास भाई क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम कॉन्गो करो भाई. थैंक यू यार. लव यू भाई. कैसे हो?
In the end, this time early aggression favoring EDG, and now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage. They have the spike. There's no need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into an open site with 3v1 continue to increase.
Plenty of time to play with. Like this. Kraken, though. The odds of you winning a 3v1 on the site, very low. Maybe not for him, but very low. Whereas, grouping up, playing it together.
बढ़िया यार आप बता एकदम बढ़िया जी मने के होगा.
Steps will be heard. Rose at the back of the site. Teammate just eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it, but do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not! And that's where the IGL could strike. Again, we talk about him getting kills when...
विश्वास में क्या सीन है? किधर गया वो भाई?
Hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his way behind them, so you can't really fault the guy for it.
भाई अच्छा खासा गया था. एक को तो गिरा था.
Just doesn't work out.
क्या है?
To start with, because BBL want B main aggression for 2 reasons. 1, to kill them, to fight them. And 2, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise, and they'll go into not just your Cypher setup, but your deadlock setup as well.
बड़े बाल रख रहे हो. बड़ा बाल हाँ यार ट्राई कर रहा हूँ बड़े बाल रखने की. थोड़ा.
That's a nasty little spam from Rose.
वो भैंस के गमले के पीछे भी पड़ता है स्पैम.
And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that EG have. We talked about their inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them, and now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
कांग मारे नहीं थक. Lower stroke मारे को उसको advantage है.
Tour de force available. EP just going towards the.
अरे भाई इसका ट्रोन भी नहीं तोड़ रहा है भाई क्या हो रहा है?
Players are known to be here at this point, and it's the jump across. I like the attempt. Not quite enough.
And that's what gets him.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but Pichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting. Just
Brock's just walled short. Going for the walk up on A main. It's no surprise the wall's there. And
यार थोड़ा बिजी हो एग्जाम भी चालू है तो लाइक फ्री नहीं हो पा रहा हूँ. कौन सी एग्जाम्स चालू है अभी?
It's like the 5th pick over the top of the wall, and Loito was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round, like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
They've turned away at the wrong moment. Lloyd has been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing could be crucial. Kongkon's being so patient. The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind.
By W by.
Rose just keeps on doing
by W by.
Crazy how many just backstab kills.
साला कैसा रुका था भाई वो स्मोक में.
Here's the trap. He goes, okay, well, no one's.
मैं होता पक्का निकल जाता.
So I'm gonna run through.
और ऐसा टपली खाता ना पीछे से.
There was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
It's the fact that he waited because he knows it has an activation time. So when you throw it down, you're often going to wait a second to be like, does anyone push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated. He even heard it. It started to tag him, and he stepped through the smoke and took his kill just in time. Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing. See him hit these heights quite often. For BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. It should be good night and sweet dreams to Kongkon, and that it will be.
It's been the major danger.
क्या मारते हैं?
Just gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half
Sure.
looking more and more likely from 4-0 down. This has been an impressive recovery. But as
भाई
we
ये
stated,
एंगल बहुत
BBL
मस्त है यहाँ पर
struggled on the attack
देखा
side of this map. It definitely won't be a death sentence.
भाई
by any
बहुत
stretch
मस्त
of
है
the
अगर कोई
imagination.
शिफ्ट होकर के आया वो तो गया
Maybe just a little bit
अरे बच
If he
गया
lost that fight, I might have left.
बच गया भाई
But nobody. Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on
एक्चुअली
the
ये
attack.
क्रॉसर पता है प्राइम मंडल पे बरोबर
And
जचता है
he has
भाई
45 seconds.
ऐसा चिपकता है ना भाई ये क्रॉसर
Well, he expects them to push him. Out to any here, not really going to be beneficial to save at this point. You know, you keep
No.
the gun, you keep the credits, but
Keep the
then you
KD.
KD, yeah. Swap halves, and it doesn't really swap sides.
KD does.
It's true. KD carries on. Well, his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between Nobody and the A side. And there will still be 4 players when he falls.
मार सकता था वो घूम रहा था जस्ट साइपर
Big recovery from BBL.
भाई सेम लास्ट गेम
Why
स्कोर
when we
जैसा
saw those
सेम
first
भाई
and third round
कौन
especially
भाई
go the way of EDG,
Yeah.
we're like, this is a danger
कौन
because they've already built up a
दिमाग खराब
lot
हो जा
of
रहा
runway.
हूँ बता रहा
Just
मैं
a little bit more chiseling away. They
साला
ended
जब
up
हाथ में
in a
फोन रहता
pretty
तब नहीं मैं
reasonable
सोचा
position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
Yeah, I think it's more just the manner. Like, if
अबे
you
ये
go, okay, you're going to get 5
ये हवा में
rounds
किधर
in your
लटक
attack
रहा
side
है
with this composition, they go, yeah, all right, that's not too bad. I'll take it. If you go, you're going to win the first 4.
अबे
and
भाई लोग
then
एक बात
only
बताओ
get
वो
1.
भाई फीफा वाला वो आने वाला
Maybe
था
not
ना
so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that
वो
they didn't at least
फ्लेक्स
level up.
किधर है भाई वो
I think for the side of BBL, like this is the bare minimum, but I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half. They then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11.
ये तो कुछ
They
भी
did the
था
same versus Heretics. You
क्योंकि
get a
रोज भाई
9-3 defensive side
वो
half,
खोल के
and
मारूं
then
नहीं मारूं
you
समझ
lose
नहीं
the
आ
next
रहा
half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map. And I think up against the Sage and the Chamber of Kankan, who is hitting, it's going to be much harder going into the second half.
Without a doubt. This is where EDG find a whole lot more of an upside. For BBL, like we said, a
अरे उसको भी ले जाता था यार ये
it's a
तो
strong position. The composition has its drawbacks when it comes to making that push. BBL have their drawbacks when it comes to making those pushes as well. So when we get into that second half, you want to keep your eye out. You want to see Rose keep up that strong performance he's been having so far. A chance on the attack side to slip behind them perhaps a little bit more than we saw here. Although that is hard to imagine. I very much enjoyed seeing him on this map, especially contrasted to the previous.
I think now, though, that you go into this attack side and Lover's Rock becomes a pinnacle part for the side of BBL, because he needs to be getting the sort of entries in towards the site. Like, they don't have a lot really to set him up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like, they've got so much available to them in post plant. It is quite difficult, almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's the plan.
अबे पांचवा बंदा कहाँ है इनका
Defensive
अच्छा
side.
एक के ऊपर एक था मैं बोला मैप पे दिख ही नहीं रहा
Instead, looking for a mid battle. Gal in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience, so much so that EDG will have to reset hold extremities. Of course, they're allowed to do this because they have a Sage wall inside
मरेगा,
B
चीचू
main
मरेगा।
and a chamber trap covering A main. So
अरे,
if
काम,
this
काम,
was a
sorry।
quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them. That is
बोला
a
ना।
big pickup though by Lover's Rock.
बोला ना उधर उसका जीजी होएगा
He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it. Signed. Or timing is going to be everything.
Oh!
Trade. I think for
Crazy
BBL,
that.
that's okay. Keep the man advantage alive. And now
Crazy though.
they head into the site of Gianni playing Jenny.
अरे जीनी भाई
That he is.
अरे जीनी भाई
Paranoia, that's great. Too caught by it, but of course it's a narrow laneway.
जीनी भाई ठीक है
Rock just spams away, taking it with ease.
भाई ये डब्लू प्लांट होता है पता है इधर मैं तो अभी इधर करता हूँ भाई जब भी एसेंट खेलता हूँ तो
Other side of the map, miles away. And they're going to be delayed even further. If they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact up. Clock is going to bleed quicker.
This is the problem. Like, even in a pistol round where you don't normally have all of your utility, it's just so much time bought. The net is going to do the same. You have to take the time to remove it. Paranoia then does the same. And it is just easy pickings in the post plant. An opportunity, maybe. No, it is Larocque who's going to be able to get 4 kills. And that's so much more important than you might realize, because one of the few real entry tactics they have is the annihilation. That ultimate is so irritating.
अरे आया रे रोज ऊपर आया
say
रोज
you're
ऊपर आया
essential,
कितने
say
गिनते
you're playing
आठ
a
गिनते
passive position. There are so many, especially because you can bounce it. You can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time. And if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's just so much better on the attack, I feel like. At least thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah, you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy. And while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. For BBL. Well, they've lost it.
अरे पहला बुलेट ही कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ यार उछल गया साला बुलेट
Of which there is another.
शॉक अरे अरे भाई ये क्या था भाई
He definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
अरे भाई
Didn't he pull out a shock dart when he saw him? He saw him and then went, hold on, I can get this guy. Old fashioned. Medieval style.
भाई एक्चुअली उसको लगा वो पीछे दीवार में
That's not worked out, is it? They heal as well. Nobody went from
अरे
10 HP
यार
dead.
Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man.
I will not
if
kill him
nobody
while
gets
he's
a
in my
4K
drone.
and wins this round.
He got healed as well, so he's not even low anymore.
Still,
That's
the weapons
tickled
are
me.
there.
That's tickled me a lot. Good paranoia. Yenny's now going to get rid of Loiter. Larocque still going strong. Spam. Doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing. Another shock time.
अरे भाई
Oh, the free kill. Not so free. There is 15 seconds.
Can they make it?
हो सकता है हाँ हाँ हो
From
जाएगा
Rocket,
हो
maybe
जाएगा
just about 10. Yeah. They're good. They're good.
Yeah.
Down to the second, but it works. Nice cross.
हाँ भाग जाओ W.
That's why he needs that kill.
Nice.
And even getting aggressive. I don't mind it that much, but the timing is.
अरे काई को रे भी
Larocque has ult. Like, this is still winnable. This is still doable. But he's so low. 50 HP effective. Doesn't take a tag there at least. Still not going to pop that ult. But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate. And the spray close. 20 HP left unsigned, but it's enough.
Just let him die.
We good. He's like, yeah, you should have died earlier, bro. Like, come on. You're lucky to be alive. I need to what is going on?
अरे उसको आग क्यों जाना था यार
Don't show the Rose one, please. Please don't show the Rose one. I just don't. Okay, thank you to our replay ops.
He's just like,
man,
see you later, bro. He's giving him the orb. Giving him the orb.
That's so kind of him.
Yeah, look, and because of that,
but he's 2 away. Yeah.
2 away.
Could have given
good
him
orb management.
Yes, phenomenal.
Could have had a gun, but
yeah, the credits are a bit low actually.
Oh, Rose. I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get, I think you said 4K, he ended up with 3, but nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay, a molly kill early on. And then the swing out.
दोबारा
Larocque is still hitting. Larocque is definitely still hitting on this attack side half.
Those are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window. It's a little long on the first, but he's left nobody. Desperately low. 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. He'll at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by both. Chichu's just swung.
अरे बोर्ड बनाने खोल लो ना वो केज डाला तो खोलो ना भाई
Took the risk and well, it's almost paid off. One more to deal with.
Wow.
From nobody and Chichu, they're backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. Larocque might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce. Soon as he tries to plant, seems like Larocque is... fact, he's taking
Why
so
is he
long
देख
that
रहा
they
है?
now second guess whether he's even. That's just changed.
अरे रे 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 रे
No,
रे.
no. At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information. Looking to try and wrap back right behind them, but nobody's aware.
अरे बेचू. Oh my God.
Managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to 1 versus 1, him versus nobody.
Oh!
Is on
भाई 14 HP में मार दिया.
BBL through these rounds.
मुझे लगा शॉक डार्ट मारेगा वो. शॉक डार्ट नहीं करेगा उस पे.
And he finds both blinded as well, nearsighted. So he saw the second guy. First one hadn't got a clue. Just saw the kill feed light up. To win this out in the end as well. Yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran
अच्छा
there
ये
without his
इसके नीचे
teammate. It
नहीं
was a
है, इससे मैं
mistake, a
दिक्कत
silly
कर रहा
one.
हूँ. अब सही हुआ.
But
इसके नीचे
especially
नहीं
with
था.
Larock 14 HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
Expect that to be how it went now. BBL stepping
He doing
inch by
8 है
inch
लगा.
closer to a map 3. Would have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on. For a round away. Times.
कल जी का मैच है. कल नहीं है, 4 तारीख को है. परसों. परसों से परसों.
Last map and they won't round that just as dangerous when they have pistols. Say the same thing for EDG and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury.
Nowhere to run.
मारा.
Right away.
अरे बच गया. मर गया.
Oh my.
दोनों गए.
Nobody's picked up 2. The Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with, and it's going to be a late push up by the defense.
नहीं
to
नहीं
recover
नहीं
those
इसको है
weapons.
जीत जाएंगे.
Ult through.
मार मार्केट में.
Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult.
अच्छा गवात. अबे इसमें पकड़ा गया तो अल्ट जाएगी या क्या जाएगा?
If not, he's going to come back, but look who's sitting.
वो हाँ अल्ट जाएगी बस.
Silly waiting. Beautiful play.
भाई मारे जा रहा भाई वो.
Managing to do so much for this team. As said, dragging them, kicking and screaming and going.
Oh, भाई इसमें ले लिया 28 में तो 32 चला गया भाई.
This guy was spoken about so much in his tier 2.
भाई क्या मार रहा है रे भाई.
He is dominating in this server.
Especially considering it started with a Hunter's Fury picking off 2.
क्या मारा भाई ये लिंक्स ने. मैं सोचा EDG खत्म करेंगे, PRX का देखेंगे क्या. 27-8 है भाई. अरे रोज भाई 4 राउंड पहले देखा था 9 किल, अभी भी 9 किल भी हो यार.
27 on the deadlock. Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30. Although maybe he won't. Lovers rocking.
ऐसे अगर एंगल वाले शॉट मारना सीख गया ना भाई, मेरे को कोई रेडिएंट रोक नहीं सकता. सोलो कैरी कुछ भी मार रहा भाई.
There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
To be honest though, I'm looking at Rose getting one, but also Larock still standing. Rose in fact gets
रोज भाई माफ करो रोज भाई. I am sorry, मैं तुमको कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा आज से. मैंने तुरंत 2 मारा भाई. अबे 1 सेकंड स्मोकी किधर है? स्मोकी नहीं खेल रहा, वो खेल रहा है, उनका कोच खेल रहा है.
The hero on his own in this round, but he's dealt with, and Gianni, okay, that's a wake up. 4 kills for him.
जीत जाएगी.
It seems like we're just creating a highlight montage.
आसपास अगर मतलब उसका एम नहीं चलेगा और निकलता तो जीत जाए.
Play by Gianni. As you said, he had been a little quieter.
अगर ये लोग जानवर जैसा मारने लगे तो दिक्कत है भाई.
Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Gianni. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you know, finding your footing. We saw it from BBL, 4-0 down, and then they dominate. Once they crack the code, this is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Concon's being deleted right away. Overstayed is welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with The Rock. Like, you kind of expected him to struggle a little bit more on the attack. I expected to see a lot more coming out from Kankan on this defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
हाँ सर बेट ही करेगा, अगर वो बेट नहीं करेगा तभी हारेगी. अरे कुछ भी करे भाई, मारेगा तो दिक्कत ही है ना.
Back into the round, given a second chance, a second lease of life. The B site, I was going to say given up. Jenny has taken the TP from the shadows straight to the B site. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot.
अरे उसकी अल्ट, अरे भाई, उसकी अल्ट पानी में गई यार.
Because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed.
उसकी अल्ट पानी में कितने मैच हो गया एंड और कितने? भाई पहला मैच हो रहा है, RRQ वाला तो वो बी राइट बैक पे ही है, चालू ही नहीं हुआ वो. मेरे को लग रहा है इसके बाद चालू होगा. ये भाई चलेगी 2 बजे तक वॉच पार्टी भाई.
Swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Charge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now.
भाई EDG कमबैक करो यार, मुझे PRX
Still
देखना
4
है
players
भाई.
within this site, and maybe EDG can make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase, and it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons instead, though. Nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL. And everybody goes down on EDG.
PRX का NRG के साथ.
No, maybe not. I mean, it
कितना ही मार ले वेट करके मारेगा तो सेट पड़ी होगा, जी संभाल लेगी.
nobody having that.
किसी को कम मत आको.
But Loiter just did a little bit too much.
हमने Shylight Gaming को भी कम आका था.
Stop that rotate
नहीं
through
Shylight
market, so
नहीं,
he's got
कौन
to go
थी?
through main
हाँ Shylight थी
instead.
ना.
Because he doesn't have
हम
the time.
किससे
He's
मार
caught by
हुआ?
the spike.
Masters
Damage
में?
done. G struggling now to put the credits together. A couple orbs found, nobody, but he's still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the all.
नहीं हम हारे किससे थे?
That's the one.
SLG से ही ना.
He's not been hitting.
हमको तो लगा था भाई हम नहीं जीतेंगे. उधर चोक हो गए ना.
Get to see that superstar value.
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh. Trying to slow them down on the other side. Kankan has to escape. Nobody's getting short darted into a blink, and he's almost dead off that. And now Chichu under pressure, and well, he's at least had a teammate save him.
nobody को क्या मारा उसने?
Loiter's done well once again. Kankan's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage, and it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value with still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Previn is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close. Great work, and Loiter comes through to help out. LaRock as well.
ये flash भी नहीं हो थोड़ा भी.
He's in danger, and they came to his aid.
फैट बोल रहे हैं अगर सेकंड और आसपास साथ में एंट्री लिया ना तो जी गंदा खिसेगी. अगर वो बेट करेगा तो.
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke.
अगर वो बेट करेगा तो हारेंगे भाई बियर वाले स्मोक में फ्लैश.
Yeah, that was my thought process because I
अच्छा वो उधर लग के वापस आ गया क्या?
I thought he stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible unless it was still in the smoke. But you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of LaRock, and if you don't like BBL, you probably hate LaRock because he is horrible to play against.
stream नहीं करूँगा 8-10 दिन.
Already waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure, but
hi.
super sub for 2.
अरे भाई.
They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling
they
a little
definitely didn't
too
choke one
confident.
of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give him one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just
रोबा जी की सब बढ़िया रखो भाई. आप बताओ क्या हाल चाल है? क्यों भाई एंड्रो जर्नी पे जा रहे हो? कल के बाद नहीं, मैं बाहर जा रहा हूँ.
Hard work, sweat and tears to get them across this line.
बाहर जा रहा
हूँ.
बाहर जा रहा हूँ.
EP potentially being set
He will
up.
choke कर
Wall has gone down, and
भाई बीटी तो हो रहा है.
Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the site. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take map number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we gotta say,
opponents, I should say.
We gotta say sorry to anybody out there who's hoping to see a blowout in favor of EDG. All of the traders put in their place from EMEA, and now BBL have a chance to take this 2-1. They've got another opportunity, but this is almost tragic, Tom. Sunset feels like a strong position for EDG, and when you consider how things went in map 1, this could have been over already, but now
Thieves into a rotation, but the drone is perfectly timed yet again.
अबे तो चालू हो गया.
Perfectly positioned here, and once again 100 Thieves have the better end of the trade.
Vora has been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every single important frag that there has to be. But the mid split begins once again. Getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora.
कोई जरूरत नहीं है बाहर जाने की. बहुत रिस्क है बाहर. घर पे रहो. नहीं जाना पड़ेगा. जाना पड़ेगा. अरे यार. अब बताओ मन भाई मेरी क्या गलती है ब्रूस? बताओ.
Denying anyone from flanking him.
अच्छा कैसे देखेंगे सेम टाइम पे? जो देखना वो देखो वैसा. एक्चुअली नहीं करना था बे लोग को. पागल जैसा किया रे भाई. टाइमिंग अलग करते भाई. 2 मैच के बीच में मतलब अगर आप 8 टीम खिला रहे हो तो 4 टीम के बीच में जो मैच हो रहे हैं उसके और बाकी 4 में मतलब 3-4 घंटे का ब्रेक रखते कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी यार. गलती ये है कि फालतू की ऐप रखते हो भाई. क्या कौन से है? ये कौन से है? ये विंडोज है. ये वो है इसकी ICU किसकी थी? भूल गया. लॉजिटेक चाहिए. ये चाहिए. राइट बंद कर दूं.
None of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional, very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoise exchange on both sides.
ये तो पर वन साइड है. RRQ ले नहीं पाएगा ये.
In comes the run it back.
मतलब जीतेगा तो 100 Thieves.
Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from it. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other. Being set up in position. Setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. Bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any...
अब तो सब बंद कर दिया ना.
Information here, unless they just use their bodies to peek, and now 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given a plan here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in the time being. Just have the Hunter's Fury.
गांडू है बहनचोद ये पता नहीं क्यों बफर किए जा रहा भाई पागल.
Not using it as their winning condition,
अभी भी
especially
चालू
because
होगा
of the
कुछ.
time taken.
हाँ अभी भी चालू
Here, but this
मैं चालू है.
2v2 retake. Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side. They get the pick. But Cushy ends it, and RRQ finally another round. to end this half.
Yeah,
सेकंड मैच कौन मैप कौन सा था
Gotta
इनका?
give a lot of credit to 100
हाँ सीख
Thieves
लो
for
थोड़ा
how
कि
clean
सिस्टम
their
इंप्रूव
defense
कैसे
is
करते
looking
हैं,
there. They
नहीं
made a
तो
lot of
आप
nice mid-round
अपने
adaptations. It felt like
नेट
they were
वाले
always on top of the information
की
game.
तोड़।
But RRQ, especially running.
नहीं
through
नेट का
people
दिक्कत नहीं
with
है,
that
नेट का दिक्कत होता तो आप लोग को भी दिक्कत होता है ना स्ट्रीम पे, स्ट्रीम बफर नहीं हो रही ना आप लोग को। मेरे को उधर दिक्कत होता था पता है घर पे, उधर भाई पता नहीं वो नेट अलग ही है कुछ, उसका अलग ही लेवल का नेट है वो।
To go for
समझ
some
नहीं
sort
आता।
of A main
अबे इधर तो टाइमर भी नहीं
with
दिखा
these
रहे भाई।
players. 4-1
कुछ
sitting.
रिप्ले रिप्ले कुछ नहीं दिखा रहे भाई।
Maybe taking some sort of mid
क्या
mid control with cryo from Ty.
ईथरनेट यूज करो, ईथरनेट ही है बाबे। हाँ वो
Tile
स्कोर
from
प्रॉब्लम
Tiles here, and it's looking
ईथरनेट ही है।
Very North American, is it?
yeah.
I don't think I've ever.
Actually, the North American meta right now is 1 ghost and 4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean that's
Discord तो
definitely
बंद कर
like
दिया ना,
a,
अभी
you
कहाँ
know,
खुला है?
fanatic Gen G
Yep.
look from back in the day. Just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific. If I'm
भाई
honest.
तुमको पता है इस बार भी जो
So that's a bit of a
चैंपियंस
throwback.
Feels like the bandit has been a lot more
हुआ
prevalent
है?
in Americas over the frenzy. So
भाई
actually,
तुमको इस बार भी अगर मास्टर बोल रहे हो जो चैंपियंस होने वाला है ना, जी के मैचेस सबसे आसान है भाई, पेपर के साथ मैचेस ही नहीं है। ठीक है, जिन जिन को हराया है सब उनके साथ ही मैचेस है, इस बार भी क्वालिफाई कर
the
सकते
mid
हैं हम।
rounds, because they're just so good at understanding
अगर
a
चुप
lot
नहीं
of
करे।
their set plays, understanding their
चीजों को
positioning
रखा करो
as a
जिनको
team
यूज
and
कर
being
रहे हो,
able to
वरना
just
इंटरनेट
play
उधर इधर
together.
फ्रेश
So
होता है।
Asuna, and Timatino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a
समझ
lot. So
गया।
I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then.
हम
This
नहीं
is
भी
RRQ's
stage
map
2 है।
pick, and they are getting battered a little bit. So
नहीं नहीं,
time to get this defensive half.
अरे अब भी स्टेज 2 है ना।
There's,
अरे पर जाएगी तो चैंप्स के लिए ना भाई।
getting ready for some
अच्छा गावात नहीं तुम।
The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
पीछे म्यूजिक क्यों बज रहा है?
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A main space as they hear them up Cat. But it's
अरे प्लेयर्स में टॉप 2 आना होगा तब वो निकल। अरे हो जाएंगे, मैं बता रहा हूँ हो जाएंगे भाई, हो जाएंगे, टेंशन नहीं है। मैं दिमागलेस आदमी, I'm a दिमागलेस पर्सन। अबे मेरे को उनका देखना है बे, ये NSP वालों का, इनका कब है?
I've got tears in my eyes. Timatino to walk out onto this A main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here.
अलग ही लेवल का टूर्नामेंट था वो।
Mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timatino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that they've cleared out middle, so he's definitely going to have to peek into 2 players here.
1v2, the high-low is not
भाई अगर पड़ता ना मजा आ जाता
get
भाई।
punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've now won both. But 100Thieves, they have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that true space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into a main. And they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timatino try to go for a pick off that Cat now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100Thieves.
Jemkin on the line.
सोच समझ के लाए होंगे भाई, ऐसे गलत डिसीजन तो लेंगे नहीं। उनको भी तो प्रॉपर चाहिए भाई अपने और। हाय 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 हाय। काहे खड़ा था भाई अपनी बाहें खोल के वहाँ?
Finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works thrown in by 100 Thieves, who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it.
Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Kushi able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
अबे ये OBS bot क्या cam है ना ये?
The way that
ये
you
light है साला.
expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ
हाँ?
has been really good, really disciplined when it comes
इसने
to
उन्हें
rounds,
first
not
time
overstepping.
international लिया, उसको
Little
हटा दिया
scary
बर्बाद.
for crazy guy there with his wall out.
कुछ हुआ है क्या
Definitely
भाई?
not a
अल्लाह कुछ
position that you
ऑफर
want to
मिल
be
गया
in,
होगा.
especially if
E-sports
there
है,
were
हर
more
कोई
than one
इधर
player
उधर
that
जाता
were
ही है.
following up, ready to go.
क्या कर
But at
सकते
least
हैं
the
बड़ू?
stage wall went down, unbreakable with those pistols essentially. But now 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Kushi ready with the shock dart off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous.
इतना close होने के बाद भी वो
and now the
उस पे हो
orb on
गया.
offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these 2 duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking
दीदी
about.
मुझे लग रहा
Yes,
सो
it's a
के
bonus
उठी है.
round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression
जान नहीं लग
from
रहा दीदी की
RRQ,
आवाज
but it
में.
looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch. Timotino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ.
नाम तो अच्छा है.
Gamble is stacking on the
जी
wrong
चैंस
side of the
तभी
map.
जाएगी जब टॉप 2 आएगी
But if
स्टेज 2
anything
में
now,
वरना
Mono's just
नहीं आ
looking
सकती
for
क्योंकि
couple
चैंस
of guns in damage.
पॉइंट्स नहीं
That's
है.
very close
अरे
to
मैं
the
बता रहा हूँ
final
आएगी,
fight.
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, मेरा सेटिंग है ऊपर, समझ रहे हो?
Trying to get any of these
Setting
weapons
है भाई.
down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined,
भाई
not
इसमें
going to
वेटो खेल रहा है
overextend
ये.
anywhere. But 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits actually
Is
towards
this
this
good
spawn side.
option?
Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick. But this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure.
Actually,
this
कुछ
B
समझ
site
लो.
on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh,
Hi, hi,
that
hi.
flag over to Asuna does get himself the runner back online.
Yeah,
so that is
man.
worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact.
भाई
at
इसका
close
कीबोर्ड
range with
देखो
the
भाई कितना
judges being
छोटा
made,
सा
but from
कीबोर्ड
there
है यार.
things kind of just a domino effect all kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a
मैं तो
very
कुछ
strong
ना फेक
position
पका
going
दूं
into
भाई
the
वो
first gun round of their
तेरी
attacking
मैं
side.
इतनी मरानी वो.
Yeah,
यार ले.
lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Suna immediately getting the pick onto Xfera, denying any of those exits was really nice, and then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back. And a really quick ace split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Kushi high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick.
मार सकता है.
Accompanied by the Vito, but Bang here going to put a smoke down at the right time. Walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for
Oh, W, bro. Bro, it's a comeback, bro. 2-0. Finish.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well. That's a really nice retake for RRQ here. With only 2 guns kept through in towards this next round. 100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment off the back of that spike plant and have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of RRQ. Definitely not done yet. This game very much hanging in the balance.
I think 100 Thieves had a really good idea here, especially speeding up after that first pick, getting that split on lock. But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't have anything because they used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin. And Bang, of course, didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could cross. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that split, taking their ones, but timing. Jemkin going for a pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially. Here comes the wall from Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team lies in wait inside of A main. 100Thieves just tickling this A site, still kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there, so that's a very, very nice little dark cover shock dark combo. And it does seem like the offense now heading back to meet up with Cryo, as they know the Sage Wall is going to go down relatively soon.
And this is what we were talking about, where the defensive side is going to be so
अभी कोई नया मैप ही नहीं ले रहा भाई.
util because there's so much delay, and 100Thieves, they know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players.
फिर उतना सही सेंटी नहीं है फास्ट रोटेट के लिए. ठीक है
भाई.
अरे पर अच्छा है वो, देखो ना वो इधर एक अगर मारा समझ लो नहीं मारा. वो लोग बोले बी. तो एक टीपी 2 टीपी सीधा मार के.
Nice pick onto Asuna as he gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Sand has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchange by Zan as 100Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RRQ. Jemkin with the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on it. And whips on Cryo. The trade with the headshot is insane. And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that site.
ये बैटो इसके ट्रैप में फंसता है ना साइफर के.
Clear, and 100Thieves, they're not giving them any of these pieces.
सुमित है हाँ हाँ है ना. अरे एसेंट है तो सुमित भी नहीं होगा. सनसेट है.
That's the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
Gripping up on the line now. Vora, beautiful little jiggle peek to give 100Thieves double digits. Xfero very dangerous in those clutch situations, and you can see exactly why, especially with the evolution. But 100Thieves, that is a massive clutch to close. Both teams very low on money, and that will definitely have reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round, considering the circumstance, honestly. Crazy Guy was very much left on his own. Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than it probably should have been.
Yeah, really nice calls all around. I like the RRQ idea of leaving Sage weak side, teleporting in when they need it. 100Thieves, Vora just getting a spam through the smoke on Crazy Guy, but this is their eco round. They're thrifty, so it doesn't really matter. Timatuna getting a pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. Oh, sorry, onto Zan.
वो पता है मुझे e-sports player कम मुझे streamers ज़्यादा लगते हैं.
American names are a little easier. I understand.
Actually, वो लोग 5 के बाद content creator
है. Timatino is on his way to A main. Timatino is.
वो Alex का मैंने interview वाला सुना था किसी उसके साथ बैठा था.
A pick inside of B main.
कोई तो streamer थी.
देखा था वन में तुमने? Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him, but how much can he really do? Let's be honest. Nice opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor act.
अरे ले सकता था रे.
Straight into the side there, and as such, 100Thieves. A little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks. His fragging potential's insane.
अरे भाई वो Alex
He's
का वो बस था बोलता है.
been getting hits.
मैंने उनको बोला.
17 and 15 for him.
He just see where is Sua. या कोई तो agent बोला उसको.
Last couple rounds, he's just been alone in a
तो
lot of these
उसने बस
fights.
मेरी पूरी टीम बस वो बंदे के पीछे ही फोकस हो गई.
Almost secured this round.
सिर्फ उसी को देखकर वो किधर है, वो जिधर है उसको मार के दूसरे.
Trying to get one before he's going to shut it down, and Cryo picking
अरे यार कैसे करो भाई सब बढ़िया जी. यहाँ बताओ क्या हाल है. राम राम बिबडॉल्स.
To those guns, you're going to be back onto that buy round. I'm kind of hoping to see them kind of switch up their setups a little bit. I don't like having so much heavy, understanding that Sage is going to be on that weak side, using that wall a little bit too early for my lane. I'd rather see a little bit more of an aggressive setup. Set up Jemkin somewhere with that Sage enough of contact, putting that wall down, because right now 100Thieves, they're just abusing the timing on them.
Well, another timeout coming in. Not sure from which team at this point, as 100Thieves are definitely closing in on the end of the game here. RRQ, well aware that their opponents have retained 4 guns out of that last round, so they've built up a little bit of economy. It's going to take a little bit of elbow grease in here from RRQ to make it inroads back into this game. This is their map pick, so you know that they've got a lot of depth on this defense, especially with this Senti comp, but I have to say, I mean, 100Thieves, both defensively and offensively, have just been calling an excellent game. This feels like their game on a silver platter, especially because they've got a little bit of cash in the bank.
Yeah, it almost
Missing
feels like
5 stacks,
they've anti-stratted this in a sense where they know a lot of the habits that RRQ is going to be doing. That Sage wall not being a problem for them. I think it also stems from the fact that you're playing with Asuna. That guy is the Sage god almost. He's been playing that for so long for this team all across Americas for so many years now. And him being on that Sage, understanding the timings, being able to kind of tell his team how to play around that, how to abuse the fact that Sage is not that strong after that wall is down, and using the slow on a timings is the only way to get it. But Jamkin, beautiful spot, getting the pick onto Timotino.
I'm not sure if he even saw him, to be honest. That might have just been close range here. Is Zan with the judge. He's got the weapon for the job, that's for sure. Dart up onto the tree. Doesn't quite scan him. I could have sworn it would have at that close range. Asuna just around the corner as the jump comes through from Zam. That might have been obscured by the Odin spam coming through from Crazy Guy, and indeed it was. Double up from Zan, and 100Thieves shut down before this even really gets going. Bora left with too much to do, and that is a good response from an RRQ who needs to start working their way back into this game.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer setup that I like to see from RRQ. Having the Sage be there, playing off contact, baiting for that Omen judge is around the corner. Junkin with that opening pick too contributed to that round. It's really interesting to see. But 3 ults online for the round of 100 Thieves. They could use these to pretty much cement a round. It is their winning condition at this point. But Crazy Guy with this slow at the start of a main.
Yeah, he's once again all on his own, being thrown a lot of utility to try to safeguard any pressure towards A. He's just going to play retake on the side. Does have the Sage Res to work with, as the rest of the setup for RRQ very much is over towards B. But 100 Thieves just simplifying this round. Big group up into A main. And I think they're just going to send the runner back into Sai, or maybe the drone, and try to see if they can get themselves into a post plan.
Phoenix wall going up for this A execute, but they're going to hear the drone, and no information actually for RRQ. They don't know if these players have walked out onto site, but it doesn't matter because not a single player has rotated off.
They must have a really good retake plan. Spam coming through here from Crazy Guy, who may get caught by the Hunter's Fury. Run it back was chasing him down, even if that didn't finish off the job, and all of A Heaven has been cleared. Timotino now on a very out of position, especially given the fact that they had that B main info line right at the start of the round.
Yeah, a little bit slow for those rotations, and of course Crazy Guy getting picked off didn't help either. The delay wasn't there, but there's only so much you could do when they could have been out on site 10 seconds earlier with that drone. So 100 Thieves now in this post plan. Cryo getting the pick into the smoke. Timotino, everything's just going wrong for RRQ. The flood did not work. All these players are just hiding in these smokes and getting those picks.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a very, very strong retake plan if you're going to play a setup like that, and it didn't look like they even had the opportunity to really play that. I think the 100 Thieves, the run it back through tree side and getting the jet on such a disruptive angle allowed them to just be one step ahead of this retake coming back in for RRQ, who was so far out of position. It kind of shocks me that they didn't lean at all towards A, given the fact that, like I said, Jemkin had all info on the B side of the map. Regardless though, 100 Thieves now on map point here. Slow Orb going to slow them down a little bit. It's been good patience on the offense so far from 100 Thieves.
Timotino with that op, trying to get any info towards that mid while his team's working B main. Asuna with that curveball flash. They're going to hear the Sage slow towards that main. Tapping that orb, trying to get that ult online for Asuna because it is not... He is pretty far though, only 2 on the block. But now, 5 of these players for RRQ. 2 of them have weird buys, Bulldog and a Stinger on the side of Crazy Guy and Zan. And they're just playing this passive setup.
It's very slow for 100 Thieves. A minute on the clock as they start to make their way in towards middle. Big setup in towards A main from RRQ. Zan very much baiting for Jemkin, but that may not even be a factor. Drone pressure straight up middle as they spot out the TPs from Xfero. That'll help them read the setup at least a little bit as the drone comes in from the defense.
Timotino's literally almost into their spawn here. They have some sort of idea based on that util being broken from Vito, but are they going to be ready? They're rotating right into his crosshair.
Big lurk pick from Timotino with the forward dash. Cushy
बच
cleans it
गया भाई, वो शॉट ले रहा था हाथ में.
Take from 100 Thieves because A main is so dirty. Zan and Jemkin Need to make sure they don't overcook this one with only 20 seconds on the clock. Nice trade back from Jemkin. Xfero from Heaven cleaned up by Asuna with only 13 seconds. 100 Thieves are putting that spike down.
2v2, all of a sudden the spike is down. They know that these player is in a main. Asuna 1v2, but Jemkin gets the pick.
साला वैंडल है कि M4 है भाई
that round, and all of a sudden 100 Thieves, they're not getting success in the end rounds of these games.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long to get into the mix there. So denied an opportunity to close this on that point. RRQ, I mean, this is just classic RRQ, honestly. They really like to drag out a game. They really like to struggle to get a gain across the line. Overtime is very much on the cards. This definitely could have been a 100 Thieves game at any point in this offense so far.
Yeah.
I think they just took a little bit too long to get going there. The money is not great for RRQ, though.
No.
They're continually fighting for this game without a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, this round is a must-win for 100 Thieves, too. Not only just to end the game, but if they lose this round, they will be broke the next round. They'll be forced onto that thrifty. They're going to hear that same Sage wall towards B main, and they're holding these two players towards A main, just seeing if there's any aggression. I think they're going to read that this is more of a mid-stack, because at this point, they have that full line on A. On B, they've heard that Sage wall. They know this player is probably playing towards it. The drone coming in, trying to get some sort of info here for the side of 100 Thieves. They will spot out at least one player. It's Cushy on that A Heaven, but they're just playing it slow because, again, they know that Sage wall is down instantly at the start of the round.
Just trying to bait out the Sage wall, the interceptor from the Vito. Read what the setup is for RRQ, who do not budge an inch. In comes the drone in towards A main from Cushy, but from Heaven's side, very deep, doesn't really spot out too much info. He does have a dart to follow that up. Jemkin has taken a lot of space in middle. And 100 Thieves looking to simplify this round yet again. They don't have the drone to work with, though, so it might be a little bit harder to get into this A site.
30 seconds left.
The execute coming in for 100 Thieves. That paranoia going out by Zan. Good defensive util. The smoke on site. But Timotino's going to punish that. Asuna also getting a pick. Timotino pushing into Heaven with that updraft. Immediately getting one.
Crazy guy. And Xfero fighting hard back into this round. Rez comes out onto Cushy. Spike goes.
Whoa!
One tap there from Kong. Absolute gamer coming in from Heaven.
Oh, yeah, hello!
The spam through in towards Hell puts it into a winnable 2-on-2. There is no business in this round for RRQ. Xfero walking up on the tree line. Needs to deal with Bang. We'll catch him with his back turn. This is an illegal retake from RRQ. Tapped, and they've been able to do a massive 4K from the IGL of RRQ. This game should have been well and truly over already. That was, what, a triple entry into A, no? That was like a 2-on-5.
We literally need to study Crazy Guy's peaks on Heaven because he's gotten one every single time on that angle. And it's been phenomenal, and I think 100 Thieves, they're struggling to deal with this Heaven over and over again. And so it's kind of crazy seeing how these players are just able to get away with so much. Crazy Guy, that third kill on Bora was kind of gross.
Phoenix को पीक नहीं लेना था, दूर से वो साइफर देख तो रहा था. Crazy Guy going crazy, वो नीचे का बॉल बैंड क्या था? भाई कुछ भी मारा.
Oh my god. Massive play from Crazy Guy to keep RRQ in it. That's just pure entertainment.
वो जो रिवाइव दिया तो Phoenix पीक नहीं लेता तो जीत जाते थे ये लोग.
From 100 Thieves who feel like this is getting a little bit too hot.
Atlan लिया तो साइफर नहीं वो
wasn't great heading into that round. They probably would have thought it was already done. Honestly, when you're in like a 5-on-3, 5-on-2 post plan on that A site, and the other team's playing just this dry Senti comp that doesn't have a lot of business getting back in, you're thinking you've probably wrapped it up at this point. But that one has definitely slipped through 100 Thieves' fingers.
Yeah, they need to clean up those late rounds, late to end round retakes. They're just allowing so many 1v1s to be online for RRQ. And of course, they're taking that and running with it. Feels like they had such a good understanding of how to play this mid-round. They just need to clean it up. I wouldn't say it's sloppy, but just small angles are being missed. And so many
वो लेता नहीं तब भी मार देता क्योंकि स्मोक नहीं था इन पे और साइफर पूरा ये था.
How initially on the first half, these players on 100 Thieves have been so good with their positioning, so good with their trading. The second that someone's going anywhere, they get a pick. But a B main push here for RRQ.
Good ball in from Asuna. Really unsettling the defense here and applying a lot of pressure with the Bandit. They do not want to be tapped at close range, that's for sure. It's occasionally
अलग
can
में आ
go
गई
up from
थी,
Cryo.
उससे
He's
लगा
denied information
क्या
to RRQ.
उसे लगा
Join up with the
सेज
rest of 100
वाइट
Thieves
सिम
who are
देगी
starting
वो
to make some moves towards. Hey, what an entry from Timatino. Blade Storm active. And once again, we've been forced to put RRQ in a retake
ये
scenario.
कुछ crazy था बिड़ू.
The Molly going in. Asuna trying to delay Timatino, getting two with the knives on, getting two as well. Two trade back. That door is closed. 3v3, but pistols on the side of 100 Thieves for this post round. The drone's going to come in, not going to tag anyone. And three of these players going towards that tree side. Cryo gets seen off, delaying as long as possible.
I
shot that one. And now all of a sudden, Crazy Guy in a 1v3. Two of these players in hell, unable to trade, gets two for Crazy Guy, and it's a 1v1.
It's at the spike, very much running out of time. Cryo very good in this situation.
अरे!
Good enough to win the map for 100 Thieves, 13 to 10. It's naught but a pistol round to get it done. What a blinder of an entry from Timatino, straight up tree.
To 1.
8-1.
Scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. BBL winning this series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this on a third map as well. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but EDG need to
EDG is not used
extremely quickly because they are
by
slipping.
Laro
It's
को
a
deadlock
long way
खेल रहा
down.
भाई. रोज भाई किधर है?
Denied by the early
रोज भाई
utility once
सुआ.
again.
Kills दिखाओ, kills.
Weaponry is not great in this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for Kankan in mid, and the Rock playing on the edge of the smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade from just yet. He's still in the smoke. They still need to clear him. And surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out. A second kill in a spot
कितने टाइम बाद
that was a
sunset
death
देखा है?
sentence. And now the operator
BT
honed in on
लगता है यार अभी.
Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run, and it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
Actually, Breeze जाना था पता है? Breeze जाना था, Icebox आना था.
Round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock
मेरा इस
getting
पर
this
कुछ
much
खास
impact?
रिकॉर्ड नहीं है,
He
पर
seems
मैप प्यारा लगता
unkillable
है.
in the first few fights. Everything's working for
पता नहीं
BBL.
रिकॉर्ड का तो कभी ध्यान नहीं
Rose has
दिया.
entered another gear, even with LaRock
पहले
showing
मजा आ रहा
up.
था, अभी
He's
पता नहीं
still
कुछ
just one
दिक्कत
behind
हो रही
him.
है मेरे को खेलने में.
And for EDG, everyone's gone
Like,
missing.
मेरे को दिक्कत नहीं,
G2 is putting
अपने
out
बंदों को
belters,
दिक्कत होती है.
4Ks, everything you want. Concon's
इससे
had
इससे
more
रैंडम
than a
आते हैं
few
ना
rounds
इंडी एक
where
से
he
एक
was
नमूने.
dominating. And yet, this attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as it was about the comp, they've lost two through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues and pushing up to 10.
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I've
Breeze
ever
जाना
seen.
था. हाँ
That
यार,
was just a full
फालतू है
all-in
भाई.
fight.
मैं
They dominate it.
भाई ब्रीज जाके आइसबॉक्स
Initial
पे आता ना, I
from
was
Loiter,
happy though.
And then they just continue their aggression, and this has always been the most terrifying
मतलब भाई
thing with
मेरे को तो
BBL is
बहुत ही sexy
the
मैप
moment
लगता
they're
है भाई
confident. It's not
आइसबॉक्स.
like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and
पर अब
gunning.
मेरे को
They
लगता
keep
नहीं,
taking
shoot
riskier
your
and riskier
shot.
plays, and they all pay off. 8 rounds in
ये
a
सब
row.
आप मैप के
Looking
बाहर
for
क्यों
11-1
लिखे हो भाई?
defensive side half, and unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG. A desperate attempt to open the round. Blind fire. Nothing found. And the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen two. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play. And they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestep. Rock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
They at least know he's behind, but looks like him and Kraken are almost setting up. The join, Lovers Rock. Ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk.
मतलब नहीं था अल्ट का.
Know
हाँ
exactly
ब्रीज से तो
where their
अच्छा है
opponents
फिर
are.
भी
and-
but I prefer Pearl over आइसबॉक्स any day.
Yeah,
Pearl
it's
आपको
just
मजा आता
drone
है
to
खेलने
try and
में.
clear
ये
some
तो
of these
मजा नहीं
closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination.
भाई ये
Single
क्या है
round.
भाई?
It was only their bonus
11
round
एक
that they lost.
और पहला मैच
Every
गया था
other
16
round
18
in the half has gone
हैं?
the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe the series we've had so far. For BBL Ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance. Got players popping off across the board. Utility perfectly placed to just create disruption.
मेरे को लगता है 240 से ऊपर लेते हैं करते नहीं होंगे.
Flanks have been perfect.
क्या पता वैसे 500
all of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most.
240 maximum 360 I guess.
Every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snake bite.
360 minimum, हाँ 360 है मेरे को जहाँ तक लग रहा है.
Lovers Rock has had
600 500.
Okay, my teammates have held
नहीं
ages
इतना
on the side
नहीं
of the
वो
map.
360
I'm now here with an operator just to end it.
FPS बोल रहे नहीं hurts बोल रहा.
Else, and unfortunately,
Hurts
it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix the later lurks, even though we have seen aggressive rounds at times.
हाँ पता है आते हैं no doubt.
It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like,
the
sunset, it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly easy fight for EDG.
500 हर्ट्ज का मैंने मॉनिटर पहली बार किसके पास देखा था?
Utterly ridiculous. 11
शायद अन्ना दिखाए थे या कीबोर्ड दिखाया था?
17 and 5 rows. More importantly, 16 and 4.
तब मैंने देखा था कि 500 हर्ट्ज का मॉनिटर था.
16 assists.
तभी नया आया था.
Paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got. No, he's actually
got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias. Yeah.
A lot of
Gaming knowledge, तुम्हारा भाई का knowledge.
Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol.
अरे मन भाई उसका भाई तो वो हो जाता है. रेज क्यूटर है. सुने का तो बोलेगा
no matter what.
रोज यही बोलता है साला. हेडलॉक को दिखाई. भाई कुछ ज़्यादा स्लो नहीं खेल रहे.
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush.
Oh my god.
Towards Con now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence, not quite there. To stick around as Rose takes one.
मैंने 500 तो अच्छा इसमें
evens the playing
360 तो मेरे को पता था भाई.
The fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. Could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight. As you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plank can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Ron भाई, Rondo ना, Rondo. क्या बोलते हैं? Rondo, Ron. क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Rondo.
But it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and
240 360 और सही रहता है इस पर ऊपर. हाँ जरूरत नहीं है उससे ऊपर.
Already though, it's being watched, waited for. The X1 goes his way as well. A chance for the stand.
Oh!
And Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from the super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit.
तभी पीक लेता ना जब उसको मार रहा था.
Capitalize on those opportunities. He set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do
सब
that.
सिंगल डिजिट. अरे रोज भाई 17-5. अरे भाई मुबारक मार रहे भाई रोज भाई. लास्ट मैच तो मार रहे कुछ तो.
It's the smallest
W
lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something
कोई
to
बचा रहा
go
है
around.
EDG.
It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically, gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from
Rose bhai
here.
finally
For BBL, no
bhai
reason to
finally maar raha hai bhai.
overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead. A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Sign.
Up the one, they're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own.
No.
Lovers Rock and Kraken, the ones to come out ahead. The pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A
They've
side.
gone into spawn.
Gonna be a crunch. But it's
They're going
Concon
round.
that you're up against. And he's found the first.
अरे
Rose
रुक जा
on the other
यार
path.
तेरे बंदे आ तो रहे थे भैंस क्या
Just
क्या
wrap
दिक्कत
around.
थी तेरे को खड़े रहना
Nothing's
उधर
been heard just yet, but
They
they
figured
know
it
it's a
out.
possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Gianni's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kraken. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day.
And
It's
क्या
not around,
क्या
they
क्या
should
क्या
have
क्या
needed a savior,
ऐसा लगता है थानोस
but
का
they did.
गॉन्टलेट ले लिया आर्किन गॉन्टलेट्स
Many more as this
मेरा
game
मोस्ट
goes
फेवरेट
on,
नाइफ
if
है
it goes on.
वो बड़ा छी
It's a
भाई
matter of time for BBL.
हाँ
and
जो इतना
look at
बड़ा
how
हाथ
much
में वो
they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary
अपने ही बंदों को ब्लाइंड कर दिया
prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this
किसने
much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them
लगता भाई मेरे को
dominate.
बड़ा ही हैवी लगता भाई
They're
एक
putting
वैसा
credits
ही
on the line.
उसका भी एम ऑन
Players
डियर का
unable
भाई
to
इतनी
rebind
बड़ी
the next.
तलवार
They're
लेता पूरा
online
स्क्रीन ही
here
छेक
now,
जाता है
though,
भाई
for
वो
signed. The problem is looking at the map. It seems he's on the wrong side.
ये
If they can
छी
bait that
हट
out,
बैठ
be a big
गंदा
piece
दिखता है
removed
भाई
early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
They'll at least get the heal. Armini gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like
आपका
they're
वो
gonna
भी
try and
पूरी स्ट्रीम ले
split
रहा है
back
हमने कुछ भाई कहाँ ले रहा है भाई छोटी
towards
जिस
this B
डब्बे में
side
तो
here.
बैठा है
Just
यार
being
इधर
watched by
साइड में
Gianni, and
कहाँ ले रहा था
Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kraven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
वो लगाओ RRQ वाला
That was the main way back through for EDG. They
ये
were
खत्म होने
really
दो
signed in a position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate, run back
आर्किन
through,
मैंने
lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kraken, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this.
भाई आज तक का सबसे
Thankfully,
महंगा
they're
नाइफ
walking away.
मेरे स्ट्रीम पे
Very
आते थे
scared
मैं
seeing
नाम
them
भूल गया उनका
closer and closer to
उन्होंने
that
खरीदा था भाई
best that
वैलोरेंट
they
का
needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing
going
into the
for it,
wind. And
yeah.
like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus.
यही
Like,
हर लड़की बोलती है
they're
आके
so
शक्ल देखो
far out
भाई
of this
कोई
map
देखती ही
that
नहीं है प्रॉब्लम तो
I
ये
feel
है
like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
नहीं इनको
Problem here,
इतना नहीं
Thomas,
पता
that, like, I
तब क्या
agree with you.
करते
I
हैं
agree with you entirely. Like, I could have seen a world
नहीं
where they
होएगा
did, and I
इसमें तो
wouldn't damn them for it.
कमबैक तो
But
नहीं
when
होगा
you
12
call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have one rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
देखी ना मैं तो क्यों देख हराम खोर
Standing has an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round, and the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG. And wow, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but
अरे चुटकी हवा में उड़ गया जब चुटकी मारने की बारी है तो
nonetheless.
First part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to bed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up.
उसकी गांड फट गई वो स्मोक दे रहा था
Crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
अरे रोज भाई blinded
They're going
खड़े
to find him.
हो
That's the
गए
problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Gianni is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now,
वो स्प्रे कर रहा है कि मैं बच जाऊं बस.
he doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's 1 for 3. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 to maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down with 2 players waiting on the other side with traps set ahead of
तेरी माँ की आंख भाई. अच्छा खासा चला ना अभी.
him. He's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually them further in that upper bracket.
Good things, but look, double pistol on Ascent and then not winning that. That makes me nervous, man.
We're going to continue winning pistol rounds. They're 100%
Why
on
not?
pistol rounds. That's the way we're looking at it,
we
okay?
win gun rounds, Bucket.
Every third.
Every third is
1 in 3.
crazy.
All right, that's not bad. That's not going to be good enough, though, to avoid going to the lower bracket.
I do think, though, going into this, when you're seeing that
We
this
got the
is
veto for the next series.
Hey, we're just showing you guys what's up for the next match. By the way, this is going to be PRX taking on NRG. That should be a very
Surely we're not
exciting
showing
one
the veto now.
that you guys are just able to get a prediction on. The decider could be on Breeze, which is the map you're about to see for this series in the best of 3. Yeah, that
My brain can't take that. I'm just going to focus on this game.
You don't think that best of 7 was real? You don't think that?
I don't know, but I can't think about that right now, Puckett. We got a game to watch, man.
Oh, do you? All right, I'll let you play.
Hopefully soon.
I think our guys are locked in. The coaches are smiling. Production's all smiles. Let's hand it over for our agent selection. Can I ask real quick before I go? Are Jet and Sova going to be in every single game today?
Potentially so, honestly, but it depends on some of the other maps. We do have a little bit of a change-up from RRQ, though. They are not playing the KO Harbor anymore. They will stick to what they played on Ascent. However, I'm wondering if they updated the agents from last game.
I think that
Those
might
are the comps from
not
last
be
game?
real.
That's my guess. It's from last game. It's a little hangover. We're just going to replace those graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm going to need a Bloody Mary right now.
I was going to say, there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost near impossible if you play with just the Omen. So definitely a little bit of a slip up there for the agent select, but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist.
Yeah.
Because again, they've had so much time to prep, they may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of footage here on RRQ and how they do like to approach Breeze.
Oh,
and when we
real.
see the agent selected is actually what they're playing. They're going to start out on the attacking side.
I thought it was a mistake.
So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash, man.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash.
You're
okay,
fine.
let's just focus on the task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings that takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves, who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here. Taking that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4. And all of a sudden, Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him. And Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy. And now that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately they got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well. For 100 Thieves, and for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're gonna farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on. The dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough. Taking that A main space. The orb is going to be picked up by Cushy. Now looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep. Bang, spam. Away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Sooner looking to once again try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. For silencing that for the time being. He's been tacked up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferro himself, but Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good. Able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. He's having to think about actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep. 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting. Not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through the nest area, the neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left, and RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there and pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang. He's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. He's just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because, again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So
to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. They run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zan getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1 for 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards this mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in. On the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players. So I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan gonna pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. It's Fro still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw one man back. He walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay, back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here for 100 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is gonna go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A, but of course, RRQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher set up on A. They've ended towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows, but Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them, and honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round, maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings it felt like where 100Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RRQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timatino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay ball. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy gonna deny Timatino get his hands on it. And it's a messy exchange that still seems to die on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero is actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bang and Vora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan. Stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timatino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets a pick onto Timatino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova ult, trying to get as much information as possible. But Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site. So as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information. And the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor ult though. Arson has found a great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan while he was falling back. And it just felt like both these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too, because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round, 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RRQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another Thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here. with the paranoia. Blaze Wall goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
अब यार क्या है भाई? Shit.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Kushi, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora, unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RRQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around at the wrong time, but as I say that, he gets the pick onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
RRQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Kushi tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him. And Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time, even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Yeah, a struggle. But it feels like 100 Thieves so quick to collapse. Their rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Bora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy. Getting that operator on the side of Jemkin. They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Runner back secured inside of A main for Asuna. Full information for 100 Thieves as Kushi once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timotino hiding in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Zan as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RRQ will take this A site.
That was a really good zoning out from Kushi, just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site. They still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Suna gets the big onto Kushi, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back sight, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the high tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that Cloud Burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gone very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post situation for RRQ. The delay is so good on site. They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks and just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Bora holding W through that side, and of course the flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that timeout, because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of throttled by the way that 100 Thieves is reacting.
Yeah. Little bit of a dry spell here for RRQ that they're going to try to digest a little bit with this tag timeout. Start to make some adaptations. They've been mixing up the pace most of the time, playing quite slow. That little bit of a faster pump towards B was one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always a little bit telegraphed by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these Cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down. Even if Cryo's not having the best of fragging impact so far, I think the Cypher utility is been worth its weight in gold so far.
Yeah, and he's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips, but the Cage has just been really annoying. He switched up his position. You never know where he's playing. And then he's also switched over and over again from that A to B site. So it's been working really well for them, but we're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves, Timotino walking all the way down elbow.
Yeah, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick
भाई
things
ये
off for the
बहुत
defense.
ये
And
भाई
RRQ,
ठीक है भाई ऑफ
post
में
timeout, that's where you just throw
साला
all of your
देख के
plans in
मारने
the
का
bin.
वो ही नहीं
The
है भाई
opposing team
मौका ही
already
नहीं
found the
मिलता
opening pick and tagged your jet off the line, forced to defensively dash. So they've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, 100Thieves not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the orb or at least walks into their crosshairs with that off angle. Timotino now trying to re-clear towards that mid. Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play in towards mid doors, has to
भाई
find some
मेजर है
impact
भाई
here.
पर का
Xfero, if he plays this one in first, is in
एक
for a
चाहिए
rude
भाई
awakening.
अरे वाह
For crazy guy.
वाह लाडले वाह
Traveling inside of the side, trying to play the
Very
crossfire with
respect.
bang. It's a beautiful little recon dart in from the Sova, and even if he's pinned into the corner,
यार आपने अबेक्स ट्रैश टॉक देखा था
HP has not much to
नहीं?
do here.
मैंने
Timeout
कहा था ना
completely
नहीं
ineffective
नहीं
from
उसके बाद देखा
RRQ, and
नहीं
100Thieves slapped them away with 4 alive.
Crazy guy living up to his name with that TP into Nest, huh?
They didn't have much going for them, you know. If you don't make big plays,
ओ
you don't
भाई
get big
टेबल में
results.
हाँ भाई अगली बार ऐसा बनाऊंगा भाई
Really
टेबल
good
में
timing from Timotino's part because
नहीं
he
पर
did just
कैसे
cross
बनाऊंगा
into
मैं
Nast. But
नहीं
yes, this
बनाऊंगा
opening pick really nice.
क्योंकि
I
मेरा तो
love that
स्टैट वो
Timotino
है
was able to go for those as well.
अभी देखना
without requiring
नहीं देख
too
सकता
much
ये
support.
स्ट्रीम पे
Bora's
कुछ
on
नहीं
the
कर
other
सकता
side of the
मैं
map. There's no one really following up with him,
ये स्ट्रीम पे
which
नहीं
could
देख
be a
सकता
little scary if he does get picked off. But he's just so confident in those peaks that it's kind of rewarded them. And now RRQ forced onto this weird buy. 3 stringers across the board, 2 sheriffs, and they're going towards this B-main.
मना किया उधर
Phoenix
से
Molly is really doing them a number here. As RRQ looking to dive into
उनका
the
रूल
side.
चल रहा है
Beautiful
थोड़ा
little spray control from Asuna.
लाइक
And the
कुछ
curveball's
बाप रे
even better.
बाप
Up inside of the dark cover. Crazy guy has TP'd up to try to get something
भाई
done, but Asuna is
भाई
all
मैं
over. Only
मैं
one
मैं
bullet left in
मैं
his
मैं
Phantom.
मैं
Xfero's in the back lines. They're very much trying to give Asuna the ace here. Reloads the Phantom and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense there from 100Thieves. The Phoenix is all that's needed really to shut down that attempt from the Slingers on RRQ's side.
Those are the types of
ये लोग
rounds
का
that when I
guidelines
go
है यार
home, I'm like,
वो
maybe I should play on high sense like Asuna does because he does it so good. He's so consistent with it. It's kind of insane.
It was super important because RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site and get the pit down, that's actually a losable round for 100Thieves, especially with the comp that they're playing. So
साला कुछ भी मारता है भाई
you know, there's some
कूदती कांति
anti-eco aces that you're like,
लटकती
yeah,
भाई
that didn't really matter. But that one actually could have been a bit of a problem for 100Thieves if he doesn't put some
एक में तो
multi-frags
अलाउ
together there.
नहीं नहीं
Yeah,
पूरी
he
स्क्रीन में नहीं
absolutely
देख
shut down their winning condition for that round, and we're going to see early double drone from both sides, getting
कोई
as much
चीज का ऐड
information
नहीं
as
चला
possible.
सकते हम
Vora
हमारे
getting
इस
spotted
पे
out by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100Thieves side now, setting up for some sort of mid-fight. 3 players here situated towards here. Vora about to get peeked by the op by Jemkin. He's just holding, playing passive. Who's going to make the first move?
Minute and 10 on the clock here. Very tense stuff. So RRQ are set up in elbow. Down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Nest. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, sitting with a little bit of a bouncy dart there. Nicely done by Kushi. Hudson is really going looking for him with the run it back. This is messy stuff. Zan's been able to time him inside of heaven as he comes off the back of the alternate. Big 2K from Crazy Guy to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ has put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the IGL.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timotino was opping through that tons. It's insane how he actually got that timing to get in and punish Asuna. But a bang. In this 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site, and Sphero ready with that flank peek. Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for RRQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously, the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup. But it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players that were towards elbow.
I think this is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising our 100Thieves for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and didn't quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens. But RQ now on 4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last, however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, and we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blaze will and Storm Surge. Gonna secure a main control, going for the orb is bang. In goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The aiming coming in as soon as getting that pick onto Zan. And he's gonna fall back, not trying to give too much away. Give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, that's their neon down, but they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an
RRQ में
so
नया
far,
ना
especially towards his
Zen
B side where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora though uses drone early. It's gonna have to use that dart at some point to get some sort of information because RRQ again slowing it down in their mid round.
The dart's back up for the attackers as well. Xfero does have the pip for the afterplant. Jemkin looking for a peek over on elbow side, and RRQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix. As Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP. Asuna hears that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back though, and he rips his ult. Timatino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100Thieves. Just perfection from the Neon. Any inroads getting into A.
That was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timatino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players knowing that Bang has his back on site, just being able to focus towards that mid doors. These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100Thieves. But of course, these are so nice to watch. The 3K for Timatino, and now we've jumped into this halftime. Looking at the scoreboard, 14 and 14 for the double duelists on 100Thieves.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves. As we once again have the cinematic music really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
It does.
Another 8-4.
It does what I couldn't. As RRQ, they've got their work cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half, moving on to the defense, pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today. And
इधर कौन सा मैच होगा भाई, ये तो समझ ही नहीं आ रहा
stylistically again.
भाई इनको मैच तो लिखना चाहिए ना, कौन सी स्ट्रीम पे कौन सा मैच हो रहा है.
I'm interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value out of the fast lane and the cages, I'd imagine, because they're only playing the Harbor as a single controller.
Yeah.
Which is not too common. Usually you're seeing that kind of paired with a Viper or something like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astra or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the stronger sides. The weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using that smoke to block off those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site, especially when you're playing with a Viper. Once you put that wall down, it's gone. You can no longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall is on A, and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100Thieves with that double duelist, it's going to be a lot harder to execute because the retakes, once they use a lot of that util on that retake or at least on the execute, they don't have that hardware wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those Cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the firewall from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100Thieves, but will just back his way over towards elbow and play behind the Harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check. He's having a little bit of a look in towards elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards elbow. They know Cryo's holding it, but they're walking up. Timatino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here, dropping 3 players from 100Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1 Sheriff v Sheriff. Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the spot, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense. Dealt with Jemkin inside of elbow, and despite some heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed, coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map. at 2 by 100 Thieves. Should give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack now.
भाई इसको भी मार देता
And
ना
of
मजा आ
course,
जाता भाई.
RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice B stack at least.
Yep, 5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here.
चार बंदे थे, एक बंदे ने 3 को मारा.
Get that spike down. Not taking any chances, just playing together on that site. High-low towards this. Tons. The peek is in, and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles, but you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
अब team vitality किसके साथ है?
Yeah, and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point they're just taking that double duel
vitality
comp and
किसके साथ
running
है?
with it. Trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
That going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. That's Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main, but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Hexfero was ready for it. And out of the Cove there, RRQ. What a gorgeous little retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that one. But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane. I mean, every single
क्या
kill
मारा
felt
भाई?
like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns on, online. A super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. Jemkin's dash into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang. Inside of the dark cover as Vora, I think, spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Arsena taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy. Trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shock darts, the Phoenix Molly. He's pinned into a corner and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into 8.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire here, gets 2, peeks for the 3rd, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Trying to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora.
Yeah.
And I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space. They isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Osno. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups, his wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using. that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting.
Tailwind
Tailwind active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely needed to be where RRQ found some success, and the Neurotheft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Zan trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high trade across yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have the numbers. They're forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them. 2v5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RRQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op peak, dashes away there, that could be a completely different story, especially with the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on series point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timotino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him. And now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here. But Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this information just holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site, flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away, blows up Cushy on double doors, and Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. We'll catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the shorty, and Xfero is tapping away.
Oh my!
But Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves. They absolutely demolished RRQ.
That makes sense why this is their map pick. They've been so.
ये क्या तो वाइटलिटी और अरे भाई PRX का आधा घंटा क्या बकचोदी है भाई.
DOS9 tucks himself into the corner, has the smoke there as well to kind of cut him off.
आज challenge किया आज
gets 2 big kills from that position and can never be flushed out by Vitality. So options really curious about this Vitality composition change as we go along. This is the comp that Foot destroyed them with in London. I mean, absolutely wrecked them. So kind of see that they not exactly the same. There is the Cypher instead of the Killjoy instead of the Cypher, but very, very similar ideas with how you can utilize the Waylay, but Durka going to be shut down by Sugetsu. A little bit more damage being done there. And just going to be thwarted. Any long spray down with the bull.
मतलब सोयाबीन की सब्जी जो थी वो फ्रिज में थी, दाल भी फ्रिज में था, निकाला दोनों को मिक्स कर दिया एक साथ, कढ़ाई में गरम किया खा दिया.
Happy to play this one patiently, know that they're going to be very favored. Even if they don't know just quite how much damage they've already been able to deal. Signar, quick little tap, it has to take that refract out towards safety. Taps here from Avis, just barely. Not connecting on a Chronicle, would have certainly had him dead with that Ghost. But now it's Curveball out in the garage, Narrate instantly able to find one, but will be felled. Chronicle able to take him down. Look at them, try to recover some weaponry here. And Prophet, bounding his way up in a window, is able to displace DOS9. So suddenly it is a 3v3. The Vandal recovered into the hands of Prophet, who's still at full health.
chance
वही
now.
खा लिया
On the back here from Ava's.
भाई खराब होने से अच्छा तो
Consideration
भाई
going to be lent to this, but it's going to be Levin able to find the first. Sugetsu looking to try to hold his own, gets that elimination. Profit now having to do it all. Would be a 4K, and already this is an immense amount of damage dealt here by Vitality on their eco round. Marshall, fast lane, sprint and slide available. Profit trying to see if that rewrap has come through. Levin just staying tucked away. The C-long cubby, so the smoke will come in. 13 seconds remaining. He's going to have to make a go of this, so the scale forward now from the Neon is going to be coming in. Going to fully commit onto this plant in back sight. Not going to push the issue, just wants to try to catch him off guard here, but it's going to be Profit dead. The Marshall able to find the one shot. The Vandal will be recovered, but it's one player surviving in the anti-eco.
Yeah, just able to work the map here, even after it looked like Vitality was going to be kind of shut out of a lot of this map. But
चिकन और किया था कैसा था अच्छा था
able
यार
to get those kills, get those
घर
gun
जैसा
upgrades
टेस्ट था
going,
उसका
and then Profit, who, you know, he's one of
तीखा
those
नहीं
players,
मिलता
everybody
मतलब
on
हर
Vitality
अब रेस्टोरेंट
absolutely
तीखा
go
ही नहीं
crazy
बनाते
on
भाई
this team.
कुछ
Like,
भी इधर हो
obviously
मुंबई में हो
talked about
कहीं
all
भी हो
the
साले कुछ
super team.
तीखा ही नहीं बनाते
Profit's a big part of that. I mean, I think back to the way he was playing Brimstone on Fracture, even though that gets banned here by Vitality, he's an incredible individual player in his own right. That 3K there, almost into the 4K. Very, very close. So Vitality already feeling pretty comfortable in his KC. You're going to be coming into this bonus with only a couple rifles. There is a Bucky floating in there for Nere. Durka.
Chance to do quite a bit of damage, but once again, Durka going to be slowed down to the start of the rounds here when he really wants to try to up the pace. Isn't going to get picked, though, so still 5 players strong.
Still seeing a lot of early congestion for some of the like smokes and some of that early main space by KC, at least with just the spams to try to keep Vitality honest.
उनका मैच चालू होना उनका मैच चालू नहीं होना बाकी सब चल अरे अभी इसमें मजा आएगा थोड़ा देखने में नौशिम और इसका अभी तो कल ही है वो तो मैं 4 तारीख गलत देख रहा था क्या ओ माय बैड तो कल ही है एमआईबीआर वर्सेस जी मैं क्या देख रहा था भाई 4 तारीख का फिर वेट व्हाट अबे क्या टाइमिंग है रे एक बात बताओ इधर 4:30 पहले आया बराबर फिर इधर 8:15 हुआ 8:30 हुआ ये 9:30 हुआ 9:30 बाप रे बाप फिर यहाँ 7:15 पहले आया अभी क्या बकचोदी है ये ठीक है कल देखते हैं एमआईबी और उससे जी वाला G2 की देख लेंगे
Vitality off guard does not work at all. Yampi, Johnny on the spot, hyped up behind us. The big one. And he's able to keep that in check, but look at Levin. Knows the econ situation. All but one player. Gonna be one tapped to that outlaw.
Recon to scout this one out, Profit. Able to get away from that one fast enough, but Dirk is there on the scale forward. He gets himself on the board for the first time alongside Sayonara, who's able to find a rate. Levin only able to peel back that one kill. Chronicle will continue to have a little bit of a rough go of it here, but Profit now forward into that smoke, trying to scale. Ends up eating some damage, but Sayonara is taking names. He's looking for another one, but Sugetsu beats him back. It's this into a 2v2. Very winnable now for KC. Forward onto the site, the Hunter's Fury. Not really going to be a consideration from this position. Onto the one in the window.